carefully for the potential of the tornado itself. Again, we're looking at Ridge Spring in about 17 minutes. Blacks at about 2:29. Batesburg, Leesville, right on the Saluda, Lexington County line at 2:34, and Mount Wheeling at 2:41. I'm going to put this into motion without the lightning, just to give you an idea of where this storm is, because it is moving not as fast as typical storms are, but you can see there is a lot of rainfall. So if there is a tornado that's going to be involved in this, you're not going to be able to see it. This is not one of those type of tornado warnings where you can see the tornado as it comes like we've seen on TV, because there's a lot of rainfall involved in it. You're not going to be able to see it. This would be called a rain-wrapped tornado if this is down on the ground. There is a lot of lightning involved in this, so the noise that is going on right now along Highway 1 from pretty much north of Aiken and Interstate 20 all the way up heading to Ridge Spring. Torrential rainfall and lightning, and again, the tornado warning is for that area. So we continue with tornado warning. It is now 2:04. We're both on air here on WLTX News 19 and on our Facebook Live. So if you know anybody who's right now listening to this and you have family and friends who live in southeastern Saluda County, so really anywhere from the city of Saluda, pretty much a little bit further south than Columbia Highway, but from Saluda all the way down to 178, crossing over into Lexington County, so that would be BL, and then going across along number 1, and then all the way south, and here's Interstate 20. Fairview is right here, so if you live anywhere in this area, say Steedman, all the way up to the Aiken County line, and then in Aiken County along and north of I-20, primarily the the western portions of Aiken County. Again, this is a tornado warning that the National Weather Service has indicated, and let me clear this out for just a moment. So here's the center of circulation right now, and I'm going to get as close as possible. This is probably going to update in about a minute and a half, and the National Weather Service radars cycle every 3 minutes. So about 3 minutes and 10 seconds we get the update once it gets set. So here is the center of circulation. Here's here it is Highway 19, Highway number 1, I-20. This is Aiken County. This is the location where it is right now. And from the motion that it is moving, it looks like it is moving generally to the north, almost to the northeast. Notice how the greens and the reds, as it came up just north of I-20 in the intersection of 191, you can see how it is spinning a little bit. This is a broad circulation. What we look for specifically when we have a tornado warning is when these colors not only get brighter, but they get more tightly fitted. And notice there's a big color gap right in the middle. So it is a circulation. It is a radar indicated tornado. That does not mean that we have a tornado confirmed. This just means that there is the possibility that a tornado is occurring. That's the reason why we have that tornado warning. And that tornado warning, if you live in this general area, from pretty much from Ridge Spring all the way down number 1 in Aiken County, and then north of I-20 all the way to Edgefield County, right on the very county line. This is the immediate area of concern. So again, the National Weather Service still has this tornado warning in effect for about another 38, 39 minutes in the viewing area of the Midlands. This covers the southeast corner of Saluda County from the city and Columbia Highway down 178, and then all the way down into areas of Ridge Spring, Minetta, get into Batesburg, Leesville, southwest Lexington County, along number 1, maybe to just south of Gilbert, all the way down to west of I-20, and then right around the Aiken-Lexington County line. Again, there's a lot, outside of the tornado warning, there is a lot of heavy rainfall involved in this right now. And with that heavy rainfall, you are not going to be able to see anything at all. And with the amount of lightning, usually you hear people say, well, because of the lightning, I should be able to see the tornado. You're not going to be able to see it if there is a tornado, because there is a ton of rainfall that's coming down right now. Even though there's quite a bit of lightning that may illuminate it during the daytime, and especially with all this rain, you're not going to be able to see it. Now, quickly, what's going on overall? This is the only tornado warning we have. Remember, I said that there was a tornado warning that was for extreme northern Edgefield and extreme western Saluda counties. That has, the National Weather Service has allowed that to expire. That one was going along Highway 25. There was a concern, but it was more in Edgefield County. This is the one we're watching. And keep in mind that we have several things that are going on right now. First, we've got the tornado watch. Now, the National Weather Service initially had the tornado watch issued for Newberry and for Saluda counties. They have now extended it. Now we have, for the WLTX viewing area, we now have a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. This covers Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, and Lexington County. This goes until 7 o'clock. There's a lot of different colors on here, so I'm going to go through all of these just so that we have an idea of what is going on. First, we have this. We have a we have a aerial flood advisory. With the amount of rainfall that's already come down in Aiken, Edgefield, and Saluda County, southern half of Saluda County, you're on this flood advisory for about another 27 minutes. A new tornado warning has been issued, so I will switch that over. And this is the new tornado warning that is flashing. So this tornado warning is for Aiken County. It goes until 2:45. National Weather Service indicated that there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and that will be just north of 78 in central Aiken County, north of Windsor. It's moving north at 35 miles an hour. This is a little bit outside our viewing area, but I want everybody in Lexington County to understand why I am putting an emphasis on it. You see the bright colors? Not a lot of circular rotation on this. There's not a lot of colors that define that there is nevertheless a spin. There is still a tornado warning on it. So this is going to be north of Windsor by about 3 miles, about 2 miles north of 78 in central Aiken County. So here's the city of Aiken, here's Interstate 20, there is the new tornado warning. And if I put the polygon of where it is, and let's see, the warning, let me get that up here. So it's moving north at 35 miles an hour. And from that location, if it holds together and it moves in this direction, now this is just a 30-plus minute track. So you're talking about getting into the areas right over the county line into, where am I? Right over the county line into Lexington County around Riflin at about 2:39. So the time right now is 2:10. If this holds together, it should be approaching Riflin in about 25 minutes. And the winds will noticeably pick up in about 20 minutes. So if you live anywhere from Riflin to Fairfield and then south of 178 in southwest Lexington County, just be prepared. That portion of the tornado warning does not include Lexington, but this one does. And this is the tornado warning that we are focusing on first. And that's the tornado warning that the National Weather Service has issued. And let me switch over to the velocity. And the position right now would be right about here. What was that?
I believe the degree signature on that Aiken County one, National Weather Service says.
Okay, so Highway 78?
I believe so.
Okay, so yep, there it is. Okay, so for Central Aiken County, let me let you know that the National Weather Service is indicating that there is a debris signature that's being shown on that, and we will come to that in just a moment. But again, the one that's heading to the immediate portions of the viewing area of Saluda and Lexington County, position right now is just entering the crossroads of the county line of Edgefield and Aiken County. Rich Spring, you got about 10 minutes. Blacks, about 2:31. Emory, 2:41. Denny at 2:52. It is moving, as I indicated. Even so, the National Weather Service said north, it's maybe a little bit north-northeast. So you need to take your tornado precautions right now if you haven't done so in the areas from Rich Spring to Monetta, Blacks. Basically, if you live anywhere from Saluda all the way down to Rich Spring and everything south of Columbia Highway to 178, all the way down to Rich Spring, this area you need to take your tornado precautions right now, as this is not, again, this is not a confirmed tornado, but it is a radar indicated tornado. The other one that meteorologist Alex Calamita alluded to, this is tornado warning that the National Weather Service had just issued earlier, And this is a storm right now that goes also until 2:45. National Weather Service said that this is a particular dangerous situation. This is a radar confirmed tornado. One thing that we look at when it comes to tornadoes is correlation coefficient. I won't go into the semantics, but the way the dual Doppler radar is designed, it looks at a cross section of what's going on in the atmosphere, low levels, upper levels, and the red color is just basically everything that is regular and uniform, like a raindrop. Whenever the color starts to get really skewed, especially if it gets closer to a green to a blue, that means that all the signatures that are being picked up by radar are jagged. They're not perfectly round, they're not perfectly square, and that means pieces of possibly debris, something that is not uniform or circular in size. So that's the area that the National Weather Service has indicated where the tornado could possibly be. Again, this is a tornado warning confirmed by the National Weather Service. I put the position right now. This is going to be probably, let's see, where there's Aiken. So right about the split of Highway 21 and north of 302. That is the area. And if I look at the correlation coefficient, that's where I would put the confirmed tornado. Now, as far as that confirmed tornado, what we need to look at is where it's going at this point. It is still moving to the north, so putting a line on it, that would be 35 miles an hour. So if it continues to hold and it's moving in this direction, this is about a 30-mile track. And we will put this now moving into the areas in Aiken County, New Holland, probably about 227, so roughly 5 minutes. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions now. If it continues north, get into Raflin at about 236. Just to the east of that, into Fairview, I'd go ahead and take your tornado precautions now, since it looks like it may get into Raflin at about 236. It's 2:15 now, so you have 15 minutes. So from Steedman to Fairview, and of course to Raflin, everything in this area, if you live in Aiken County, if you live in Lexington County, from Fairview Road all the way west to, say, Batesburg, Leesville, you should go ahead and take your tornado precautions now. Even though you are not under the tornado warning at this time, it's only for Aiken County, since we already have a confirmed tornado by the National Weather Service, and the position right now, we'll put it right about there. And if you notice, we can't see a lot of motion or a lot of color deviation. Well, this is getting a little bit further away from the radar, but we still have at least a signature showing that we could have rotation. But National Weather Service has not only confirmed that we have rotation, but we do have a very dangerous confirmed tornado. So the radar debris signature is starting to get elongated and not as rich in color as we previously saw. That does not mean that we still don't have dangerous conditions. We may not have a tornado confirmed at this point, but when we look at the winds, and specifically in that area, you can see this is our what we call storm relative velocity. So along with the storm motion and the wind speeds, we can judge that this would be the general area of where the tornado is. And you can see how bright the colors are. Now this would be on the left side or the back end of the tornado. And the winds showing right now anywhere from 28 to 30 miles an hour, almost at the surface. So again, the tornado warnings that we still continue, and let me get rid of the lightning. Tornado warnings we have, first of all, we still have this tornado warning for Saluda and Lexington County until 2:45. This particular storm, we're looking at right about, let's see, this one's probably accelerating. So it is just to the south of Ridge Spring. So if you live anywhere along and west of Highway 1 in Aiken County, if you live right on the corners of Edgefield, Saluda, and Aiken counties, right there along 39 and the split of 392, you should already be taking your tornado precautions. This is where I would put the tornado if the tornado is coming down again. This particular one has not been confirmed, but nevertheless, that's the one that we're watching immediately. And this should be getting to Ridge Spring, Let's see, 2:23. So Rich Spring, you have less than 5 minutes until this storm starts getting into your area. And then from Rich Spring crossing over just north of 39, if you live anywhere in eastern Saluda County, so this is going to be from Blacks heading further south towards Hibernia. This is well south, by the way, of Columbia Highway and the city of Saluda. This is the area you should take your tornado precautions right now. Distance, let's see, distance to Rich Spring is 3 miles. It's moving 35 miles an hour, so Rich Spring, you should already take your tornado precautions at this point. Let's see, the distance to Hibernia right now is about, give or take, about 7 miles. So you should already be taking your tornado precautions if you live along and to the west of Highway 23 in Saluda County. This is the tornado warning, and we're still waiting on confirmation whether we actually have a tornado or not. The other one that we're watching is this one. This is the tornado warning for Aiken County. Now this is just on the very edge. It ends right on the border of Lexington and Aiken counties. But the National Weather Service has indicated that this was, or may still be, a confirmed tornado. Position right now would be right along Highway 21, moving generally to the north-northeast. So this would be the trajectory that if it starts crossing into Lexington County, very likely it'll be in the area of Interstate 20, just crossing over into Lexington County out of Aiken County. Put a little bit of motion on here just so we can see how it has been developing. So here's the circulation that was prompted the tornado warning in Aiken County. This looks like it's moving a little bit more to the north. So again, the tornado warning is only for the very edge going into Aiken. It does not include Lexington County. And again, these are the storms that we're looking at right now. And just to give a recap, there is another tornado warning that's just prompted that affects areas of far western Lawrence and Greenwood County. This does not include, obviously, the Midlands, but just to show the veracity of how everything has been cycling up. So to go through everything that we have right now, first, we continue a tornado watch. Again, the National Weather Service has issued the tornado watch initially for Saluda and Lexington County. We now have the tornado watch that covers Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, and Lexington County until 7 o'clock tonight. There is a flash flood watch, but that is in the upstate at this time. It's right on the very edge of the Midlands, but that goes until tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Other watches and warnings that we currently have set, well, the only ones that we have of pressing issue, again, are the 2 tornado warnings. Now, the time right now is 2:20. We continue to monitor the 2 tornado warnings. One of them is confirmed, one of them is not confirmed, but nevertheless, it is a tornado warning. This is the cell right now, and this cell, if we put its position, it is now crossing over. It's now crossing over into extreme southern portions of Saluda County. So this is the position. I'll tell you, notice how I talked about 10 minutes ago, the bright colors, and more importantly, the closer and more defined the pixelations are of where we would see circulation. So this is going to be it right now. Just about to cross over. Let's see, the radar is going to update in about 2 minutes. So this is going to be where it is right now. It's just about to cross over the county line. Rich Spring, you should already be in your tornado precautions. You should be already taking shelter at this time, as well as Monetta. Over in Ward, the winds aren't picking up yet, but keep in mind that even though the trajectory may look like it's heading more towards the split of 29 and Highway 23, Ward, you should be very aware of what's going on now just to the east of you down the highway heading towards Rich Spring. Put a little motion on this to see on this tornado warning, and you can see how it is moving generally to the north. So Ward, I just want you to be aware that this is about to cross over 23, and it looks like it may be deviating just a hair to the left. Even if it doesn't, you should be already prepared right now for the significant weather that's moving through and the possibility of either very gusty winds over 50 miles an hour, if not this tornado warning that may skirt a little bit further towards you. regardless, if you live from Springer all the way down to Ward, Blacks, Rich Spring, Moneta, Hibernia, this is the area right now that you should be already in your tornado shelter or taking cover. And without a doubt, you should not be outside because this is the tornado warning storm. The other warning storm we have is this storm right here that the National Weather Service continues to track. Its position right now is still in Aiken County. It does not include Lexington County, but these are all associated with a tropical cyclone. And tropical cyclones have a tendency of popping up storms, tornadic possibly, and then dying down. Here is the circulation right now. This position is still in Aiken County, but as it continues to move to the north, even though we don't have tornado warnings right now for Aiken County for this storm, this is one in extreme southern Lexington County we have to watch. So as it moves its way up, this may be moving a little bit more straight north than northeast. So that we have to be watching. The National Weather Service did update this tornado warning here, so bear with me while I clean this up and find out the information on it. Update on this one. This is a tornado warn, still moving north at 30 miles an hour. This is, let's see, this is going to be 8 miles to the southwest of Batesburg-Leesville. Batesburg-Leesville, southwest, so as I indicated before on velocity, here is where the circulation is. We're watching this very cautiously as it crosses over. So let's get really, really close in. And forgive me, folks, you know that I need my old eyeglasses because I can't see, but I want you to make sure, very aware of where this is. Positioned right now, and you can see where the bright colors are. So this is actually right smack in the middle between Ward and Ridge Spring. This is the center circulation. So if you live anywhere along Highway 23 and then heading towards, say, this is the area of circulation. It's already crossed over Old Planks, heading towards Highway 23. So if you live essentially along Kings Road all the way up to Long Avenue and then the intersection of 39, and of course 23 to the intersection of 39, and then from 23 all the way to Ward. That's the entire area we're watching. Longs Road all the way up to 39, 39 straight down to 23 on the west side of town in Ridge Spring, and then along 23 and Ward, the eastern side of Ward, this is where the circulation is starting to move through. This will update now in about a minute and a half, but this is the area that it's moving towards. So you have to take your tornado precautions and take your tornado shelter right now in this area. The National Weather Service also indicated that there is another area that we're watching very carefully. A new circulation has developed in Aiken County, right along here in Highway 1, and see if I can get a little bit more definition on it. Yep, there it is. So this is an area that we're watching. This is not a tornado warning storm, but this is a second circulation behind the first one that's already moving through along Highway 23 in Aiken County. The trajectory on this one looks like it's going to be heading almost in the same path that the current tornado warning storm is in Ward. On Highway 23 in Saluda County. So for Saluda County, again, the signature is getting a little bit more pronounced, and it finally updated. So here's Highway 23, east side of Ward, west side of Ridge Spring, Highway 39. Highway 39 all the way up just to the south of Springer. And let me get the roads on here so you guys see what I'm seeing as well. So here's Highway 23. Here's Neighbors Road. Let me clear that up. And Old Charleston Road, Highway 39. Here's the city of Ward, Spawn Road, Thunder Road, and then of course there's Valpro, and then Murphy Farm. This is the area right now where the center circulation is currently positioned. It's moving at about 30 miles an hour, generally to the north, almost out to the northwest. So with that in mind, this next update, this big bright pink, is going to be right along Murphy Farm Road. So if you live anywhere along and to the left of Highway 39, south of Springer, go ahead and take your tornado shelters at this time. This is a tornado warning storm. And just to check on the National Weather Service of what they're indicating on this particular storm, it is still moving north at 30 miles an hour. So with that said, And this is the area that we're going to be watching. I'll put a loop on it so you can see what I am looking at right now. And as it continues to move, this is roughly a 15-minute loop, so you can see roughly how fast it is moving. So this is the area we're watching right now. Again, Highway 39, east side of Ward. This is the area that we're watching very carefully. You should already be taking your tornado precautions if you live on the east side of Ward, the west side of Spring, and anywhere from Spenger all the way down 39. This is the area that you need to take your tornado precautions now. Just to make sure that I'm not missing on anything else as far as tornado warnings. So that's one. Here's a second one that we continue to watch. Let me update this a little bit more. This tornado warning goes on for about another 17 minutes. And let me get a little bit closer for this one. And it is still confirmed, as it was originally, a confirmed tornado and moving to the north at about 35 miles an hour. Let me put its position. So here is the position of that warned storm. Let me make sure that I have the position. So here's where the warning is. So this is going to be I-20 just north of 21 in northern Aiken County. This is moving north. So again, it's moving towards Interstate 20. So again, anywhere from Fairview, along Fairview Road, crossing over I-20 into Steedman, all the way up to Minetta, this is the area. Lexington County, for this one particular storm, you are not under a tornado warning. However, I stress that because it's storm motion, that if this does get updated by the National Weather Service and it's motion about 35 miles an hour, it's going to be crossing over, where'd it go? I just lost the trajectory. Right about there. This is what we're looking at, roughly crossing over the county line at about 240, 245. So this is one that we need to watch very carefully. And along with that, on the back end of the first tornado warning that we have heading towards Saluda, there's another area of circulation right here. And we're watching that because this is not a warned storm at this time, but the National Weather Service is watching as it continues to move. So this may be coming up in the same direction, or rather than the same path as the one that's over Highway 23, just crossed over Highway 23 in Saluda County. So this is the one that we currently have that is right on top of our viewing area. This is going to continue for another 30 minutes. And let me get rid of the polygon. So this is the area that we're watching right now. And its position would be west of 39 by about a mile, and then just on top of Span Road. Forgive me, folks, if I'm not pronouncing it right, because I'm maybe butchering some of the names, and my apologies. But this is the area that we're watching right now in the circulation. This will be updating probably about another 30 seconds. So Spond Road all the way up to 39, Spenger. Here's the circulation right now. It is not a very impressive circulation, but then again, from the definitions of tropical tornadoes, these are the kind that radars may update every 3 minutes, but it already has motion in it. And there's my 30 seconds. So here's the update. And from the radar vantage point, so here is, and actually let me show you the, see this little notch where it's a little bit pink, and then here's the red. Here's a little bit of green. Here is what we call an inflow notch. Air gets drawn into the circulation. And as that air draws in, on the back end, we have very dry air that's circulating from the back. All this is the spinning motion. The spinning motion is what we watch for the potential of the tornado. So here's the circulation, but what we're watching very carefully right here, this inflow, there's a lot of air being pulled in. That draft, that air gets pulled in, and as an updraft, as it spins, it goes up. And as that air goes up, with everything that's spinning around, that's how we have a tornado circulation. So again, Spenger, Blacks, you should already be in your tornado shelter. Nothing too concerning as of immediate along the Columbia Highway, but then again, that's where this actually ends. Let me clear that up. This is where it actually ends, where we have the tornado warned areas. So if you live south of Columbia Highway, you should be taking tornado precautions right now, even though the center of circulation is south of Blacks. You should still be taking your tornado precautions immediately at this time. Let's go around and make sure that we're not missing anything else. All right, there's a new one that is in Barnwell County. We'll get to that in a minute because I know Orangeburg County, you're not going to be wanting to know what's going on with that one. But again, there are 3 areas that we are watching. And to be totally honest, the way everything looks right now, it looks like it's all starting to fall apart, which is a good thing. But regardless, these are kind of tropical tornadoes. They pop up without any notice. We have to watch how they are because the scans every 3 minutes can have absolutely nothing to something right away. So circulation 1 warned. This is right over the area south of Blacks along Highway 39, right around maybe north of Murphy Farm Road and Spawn Road. Circulation 2, confirmed tornado previously. Aiken County, it's not warned into Lexington County, but position right now is probably going to be in the area of I-20 and Graniteville. This is already going to be well north of USC Aiken. So right around 39, probably north of Graniteville. So this is the general area that we're going to be watching. Straight up 391 crossing over into Lexington County. So BL all the way out to south of Gilbert, but definitely Monetta, Steedman, Fairview, you need to be in your tornado precautions, tornado shelters right now at this time. The third one that is not confirmed yet and hasn't been warned is the one that is just on the northern portion of Aiken County, the split of number 1 and 392. This is the area of potential circulation that we are watching. So again, we have 3 different ones, and now we'll go down to Orangeburg County. Orangeburg County, you are not under a tornado warning. Let me first say that very, very strongly. This is a new tornado warning from the National Weather Service, and as I updated here, it is only for Barnwell County. The reason why I'm mentioning this, it is moving to the north at 20 miles an hour. Its position put it practically right on top of the town of Barnwell in Barnwell County. So, position, you can see how bright the color is. And let me zoom into that one. It's going to switch me to another radar, which I definitely need. Oh, we may actually have 2 circulations. So this is the actual circulation that they're talking about. Here's one, but notice the colors here. Let's switch this over to my storm relative. Storm relative accounts for its forward motion as well as the wind speeds. So here's one area. This is right along 304 and 70 in Hilda in extreme eastern Barnwell County. This is one that we're going to be watching. It's still probably about 20 miles away from extreme southwestern Orangeburg County, but notice one to watch. The other one is just south, on the south side of town in Barnwell County, south of Barnwell. These are the ones you're going to be watching. Why? Because the storm motion is moving generally to the north, and you can see this one is moving north. This one is moving almost northeast. So this is going to be crossing over into west central, extreme west central portion of Bamberg County. So with that said, we do not have a tornado warning for extreme western portions of Orangeburg County. But if you live anywhere from Nice's Highway, the connection of Nice's Highway and Charleston Highway, Nice's, Norway, Livingston, Springfield, Walford, this immediate area need to stay alert and watch this. Now, if this does continue and it comes to fruition that we get a warning for extreme southwestern county, Orangeburg County, this will probably be somewhere in the tune of about 15 to 20 minutes from now. And if it gets into the area, we may be talking about 30 to 35 minutes from now. But again, this is what we're going to be watching very carefully. Let me switch over and see if there's any other warnings. So these are the only 3 warnings we have right now. And go with the first one that we had that expires in about 9 minutes. And the good news is that that particular storm, which it's really fallen apart, but it's just on top of Blacks right now. So from Emory along Columbia Highway and all points south to Hibernia, you may be okay, but if you live between Hibernia and Blacks, you still need to watch the winds associated with this. This is where the center of circulation would be, and it is falling apart. So that is a good thing that at least it's not really developing at all. +1. Let's go to the Aiken County one that we were watching. This again is for Aiken County only. That goes for another 7 minutes. And to find where this one is, we put this right about there. So it's along 21. Again, this is where it is. Here's New Hope, 21, Central Aiken County. This also is falling apart. Now, this was the one that was confirmed about 18 minutes ago from the National Weather Service just for Aiken County. But again, that warning for Aiken County alone, right to the county line, ends in 7 minutes. So southwestern extreme portions of Lexington County, just be aware of what's going on for you. Then, of course, we have the Barnwell tornado warning. It does not include Orangeburg County, but with that said, what we've been watching is two distinct areas. Here's one, here's two, and all this is moving generally to the north. Let me get the speed on this. This is moving north at 20. So if it's moving north at 20, let me put a little bit of a track on this. So here is the first one. And if it's moving north at 20, so if this holds together, it should be approaching Springfield roughly about 340. So we got a ways to go on that one. The other one that is in Hilda, this may be moving a little bit more to the north-northeast. If that's the case, it'll be crossing over the county line at about 320. Again, that's just something that we're watching for Orangeburg County. Let me clear all this up, and I want you to see what we're looking at right now, the overall picture of what's going on all throughout the Midlands. This has been, nevertheless, a very active early afternoon. All of these storms, and this is just a handful of the scores amount of tornado warnings that South Carolina and North Carolina have had over the last 3 hours. You can see this band, all of this one trajectory line, well, that's the focal point I want you to see, and the reason why, and let me get all of this up here, is because this is all in association with the exact same thing that we've been talking about over the last 48 hours. Here is the spin. Let me get rid of all of this other junk so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Here is the center low. This is what used to be Fred. Here's the remnants of Fred. It's spinning right now right over Fulton County. Every time we talk about a tropical cyclone that makes landfall, we talk about two things. One, the amount of heavy rainfall, and a lot of us got that this morning. But then as it makes its way through, anywhere from the center circulation, it doesn't matter how strong or how weak the tropical cyclone is inland. Anywhere from 150 to 350 miles away from the center circulation is where we watch for the potential of severe storms, or in particular, when we talk about tornadoes. So this is the problem, this is the issue that we have right now. So we have these tornado warnings that continue to go. And to give you an idea of why I make this such an issue of making sure that we understand what's going on, here's Atlanta. Here's the center circulation of what's left over of Fred. Our current tornado warnings are about 160 miles away. The ones that are in the upstate, about 100 miles away. The ones that are in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg area, 200 miles away. 100, 200, 250 miles away from, this is no longer a tropical storm. This is just an area of low pressure, what used to be called Fred. So that's why we make it such a big issue to understand that the further away it is does not necessarily mean we are not going to have impacts associated with a tropical cyclone. Again, now we have got, and I'm glad that I pulled this up, so let me clear this up. We've had the tornado watch from the National Weather Service pretty much since this morning. We now have the tornado watch that has been extended. So Orangeburg, you are now part of the tornado watch. So tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. The time right now is 2:41. Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, Lexington, Orangeburg County until 7 o'clock. Those are the tornado watches we have right now. Here are the tornado warnings we have. We have 3 of them. 2 of them are about to expire in about 3 minutes. And we're watching carefully to see if they are going to be reissued. And that one, that's Lawrence, that is not part of our viewing area. So the first one, This one is set to expire in at 2:45. Its location would be right now along Columbia Highway to the west of Hibernian, probably just to the north of Blacks. This is where it would be. It is noticeably falling apart. Regardless of that being said, folks, this is a very strong thunderstorm that happens to be tornado warned. So in Saluda alone, you've got roughly 33 lightning strikes, and the entire eastern half of Saluda is getting blanketed with torrential rainfall, gusty winds, and of course, other than the tornado warning, a ton of lightning associated with it. Then we have the eastern edge of the tornado warned area, and this is for Lexington County. And notice, the heavy rainfall and concentration is pretty much along number 1 from Gilbert all the way to the county line, from BL all the way down to Minetta, and then all the way down to I-20, and then crossing over into Aiken County right around Beach Island. Yet, not a lot of lightning. It's all concentrated into one area, but the rainfall that's coming through here is the type that you are not going to be able to see. And I throw a very strong caution. If you think this is the kind of weather that you want to drive through, don't. Rainfall rates over 1.5 inches per hour, and it's moving 35 miles an hour to the north. You're not going to be able to see anything, let alone if the road is flooded or not. Don't go out in this. There is absolutely no reason to. Then we have the other tornado warning that will go until 2:45. And again, this is the one for Aiken County. This is the one that we were watching carefully as it heads towards extreme southwestern portions of Lexington County, right along the county line. This storm will expire, and this is what's left of it right now. It is noticeably falling apart. But you remember about 10 minutes ago, I told you that the National Weather Service was watching a second circulation on the back end of the Saluda one? Here it is. Here's the back end one that we're talking about. Now, this is not tornado warned. This is not tornado warned, but this is where it is right now. 391, just about to cross over the county line. So, west of I-78, Steedman, you're out of the picture on this one, but Samaria, all the way up to Minetta, this is what we're watching right now. I have not gotten any notification of this being a new tornado warned or tornado warned confirmed at this point. But this is the area we're watching right now. So let's see. Make sure that I've got the roads on here, because this area, we do not want to let our guard down. So there it is. 178 from Samaria up to Samaria Highway, all the way crossing over. This is going to be what? This is going to be off of Samaria Highway and Haven Road. So this entire area right now, we're watching very carefully. It is not tornado warned, but with the way the signature is and the amount of heavy rainfall, which is a ton, with the amount of lightning that is occurring right now in this particular storm, it is not warned. It's a back end of the storm. But the amount of heavy rainfall and lightning, if there's anything developing right now crossing over the county line, you are not going to be able to see it. Let's just go ahead and go through everything that we have right now to make sure that we're aware of what's going on. So again, the 2 tornado warnings that we had for Saluda, Lexington, Aiken County, that has now dropped. Only one that we are concerned right now that we are watching, even though it is not in our viewing area yet, but it's close enough, is this tornado warning right now. This is specifically for Barnwell County until 3:15. So between now and 30 minutes from now is when it's going to expire. And we are watching this one, even though, I'll say it again, it is not warned for us here in Orangeburg County. The areas that we're watching, this is the tornado warned circulation. But there's another one just approaching Blackville. All this is moving north. So if we get a tornado warning, this is what we're going to be looking at as a tornado warning, very likely for the areas to the east, or rather to the west of Charleston Highway. So at this point right now, you have 30 minutes before it crosses the county line if it stays warned, or rather if it gets updated as a new warning for Orangeburg County. So if you live anywhere, and I will zoom in for this area here, and this is going to be for our Orangeburg County folks. So again, as I said Wofford before, my apologies, I didn't mean Wofford, I meant Woodford. Woodford, straight down Charleston Highway. So Woodford north, Neces, Livingston, Norway, Springfield, all the way out into the Aiken County line. You are not under a tornado warning. The storm, though, that is heading up, should it get rewarned or extended warn, it'll be sometime within the next probably 20 to 25 minutes. And the center circulation, if it gets up this north, anywhere around, let's just say at the absolute earliest, 3 o'clock, 3:05, from Springfield to Norway along 332, you should be prepared. So you have about 15 minutes and going to be watching this very carefully. Those are the only warnings we have right now. Again, we do not have any warnings anywhere in our Midlands area. We are watching the one in Barnwell, but the one specifically that need to make sure that everybody understands at this time, the tornado watch will continue for Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, Lexington, and Orangeburg County until 7 o'clock tonight. Some other counties in the Midlands may be added to this as everything continues to progress to the east and out of the south. But this is where everything looks at this point. This is what we are watching with due diligence as all of these storms continue to pull up from the low country and then right over the Savannah River. And all of this may be moving north as far as storm motion, but all of this is expanding more and more to the east, and that's all thanks to what is left over of Fred as it continues to track towards the Appalachians. We'll be continuing to monitor this here on News 19. Should another warning come on, we'll be on air here on News 19 Live as well as on Facebook Live. But for now, I'm Chief Meteorologist Efren Afante, and we'll return you right now back to regular scheduled program. 19 Weather Center. I'm Chief Meteorologist Efren Afante. We do have a new tornado warning from the National Weather Service in Columbia. This one covers eastern Saluda and western Lexington County. This is in effect until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Time right now is 3:15. National Weather Service has indicated that there is a tornado, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located right now just on top of Batesburg-Leesville, moving north at about 25 miles an hour. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rainfall. If there's a tornado occurring, you are not going to be able to see it. Positioned right now, this is right again and in BL, right at the crossroads of 178 and number 1. You need to take your tornado shelter precautions right now from BL to Gilbert on the other side of number 1, all the way up to Sunset Boulevard. This is the area that we're watching right now. And put the track on here. It is moving at 25 miles an hour. So let me just switch over. This is the position that we're looking at. So at 35 miles an hour, that would put it in the positions right around there. So over the course of the next 30 minutes, we're looking at Batesburg-Leesville right now, Lake Murray Shoals around 336. So this is a track. This should be crossing over number 1 probably in about 3 minutes, just north of town. This is going to be the area right now that we're watching. Let me switch over to velocity so we can see its area. Now there's 2 actually that I'm looking at. So we'll start off with the first one that is warned. Okay, a funnel cloud has been spotted right in this area. So this is going to be right across the area from, say, around Davis Knight Road, south of number 1, north of 178 from Nice. This is going to be the area that we're watching. Here's the circulation. So if you live anywhere on the east side from downtown to eastern side of Batesburg-Leesville to Leesville, this is where you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. This is the area that we're watching. As it progresses to the north-northeast at about 35 miles an hour, if you live on the other side of number 1, in particular anywhere to the west of Summit, but more so of Fredonia, and then going down number 1, take your tornado precautions right now as this continues to move to the north at 35 miles an hour. There's another area that I just noticed that this is, and I'm waiting to get confirmation from the National Weather Service if they're looking at this also. But this is going to be over on Sunset Boulevard, right at the split of Saluda. So this is Columbia Highway. This is Sunset Boulevard, right on the edge of Saluda and Lexington County. This is where another circulation is. I will tell you, I don't know why there would be anybody right now who would be out in Lake Murray, but this is what it looks like right now in the areas around Lake Murray. I would not want to be out there right now. And if you have anyone who is in Newberry County, along and south of I-26, you can see that there's torrential rainfall and storms that are moving through, even though that's not where the tornado warned area is. So again, this is the area right now that we have the tornado warning. Even though the trajectory looks like it may be going along the eastern county line of Lexington County, Saluda County, you should already be in tornado preparation after the last one you went through. So anywhere from Columbia Highway all the way up, this is going to be east of Higgins and Denny. Everything east of that from the Newberry and Lexington County lines all the way down to just north of Rich Spring, you should be in your tornado precautions right now. If you live anywhere in western Lexington County, from pretty much Fairfield Road all the way up to Lake Murray, you should be under a tornado shelter right now. This is not a confirmed tornado, but nevertheless, this is the area that we are watching. The tornado warned storm is going to be in the Batesburg-Leesville area. So right around 245 north of Nice and then along number 1. This is where the center of circulation will be. We did have a possible report. It is not confirmed. So let me just put that right out there. I didn't do it the last time. We have an unconfirmed report of a possible funnel cloud in this area. Nevertheless, it is a tornado warned storm. So this is going to be the direction it's going to be going. And again, moving to the north at about 35 miles an hour. So from this position alone, all the way up to Sunset Boulevard, you're looking at, it's already in the Leesville area. So along 391 and then Sunset Boulevard, all the way down, there's going to be to the west of Gilbert and Fredonia. So, Gilbert. along number 1. So this is the area that we need to be focused on. And in addition to that, there's the other storm that looks like it's trying to get its act together. And this is going to be right on the edge of Saluda and Lexington County on Columbia Highway and Sunset Boulevard. These are the areas that we're going to be watching. In addition to that, the National Weather Service just issued a flood advisory, and I'm going to get that up right now and clear that out. So this is going to be the eastern portions of, or rather western portions of the Midlands. So this is the area right now that we have a flood advisory in addition to everything else that's going on. So this covers the central southern portions of Newberry County, the eastern half of Saluda County, extreme northern Aiken, and extreme western, southwestern portions of Lexington County. This goes until 2:15. The amount of rainfall that has come down thus far is nevertheless pretty extensive. So you can just see yellow is about 3, brown is about 4, this green is about 1.5 to 2 inches. So many areas in this focus point where we have the warning, this is the area where not only have we already had a ton of rainfall, in association with all the storms that we've been dealing with, but it is still raining very heavily in these areas. And when I pull up radar just to show you, there's all the rainfall. And of course, there's a ton of lightning associated with it. But more importantly, the rainfall rate in the area where it is warned, there is a lot of rain coming down. And we're talking in the tune of, right in the area of BL, a little bit over 2.5 inches of rainfall. To the west shores of Lake Murray, about 2.5 inches. When you get to the area south of Pomeria and north of Chapin, a little bit under 1.5 inches. That's all the rainfall that's coming down right now. So that's where we have, again, a flood advisory for Newberry, southern Newberry, eastern Saluda, western Lexington, and extreme northern Aiken County. But the primary threat right now, again, we have a tornado warning that we still have in effect. And if you give me one moment, I will pull that up. And that tornado warning covers specifically this area right now in eastern Lexington and western Saluda County. This goes on for about another 34 minutes. National Weather Service has issued this because the area that they're looking at is right in the Batesburg-Leesville area. And they still have not confirmed, which is a great thing. They have still not confirmed if there's a tornado or not. But nevertheless, this is the warned area. And the reason why we make it such a big concern is that we can actually have a tornado that could form. If we have a funnel cloud is simply a tornado that you can see or not see, but it has not reached the ground. A tornado, when you hear it, there's a tornado, that means it's confirmed. It's either visual or radar confirmed. This is a tornado warning. This is not a tornado confirmed warning. So rather a tornado warning confirmed tornado. This is the area right now. So along 245 at the split of number 1, Batesburg-Leesville, this is the area we're watching. And notice we just got an update on the radar, and let's zoom in really close on that. Here's the circulation right over Fredonia. So along number 1, going all the way down past, what is that? That's Pond Branch. So Pond Branch and Fredonia, this is the area we're watching. Talked about this before. Here's the circulation. Green is heading towards the radar. The radar is at Columbia Metropolitan Airport of the National Weather Service. Red, boy, that looks ridiculous. Red is moving away. Here's the circulation we're talking about. Here's all the bright colors that we are watching. So the center circulation is going to be right over Fredonia. The one thing is that I don't see it very tight couplet or bright band colors of red and green indicating that there is a definite tornado there. Something we look at also, and I won't go into the semantics of the words, but correlation coefficient. This is where we look at to see if there's an actual tornado. You see these bright blue colors? That's what we look for in correlation coefficient. Generally, it's red, dark red, magenta, orange, yellow. This is what we're looking at. Now again, we were talking about the center circulation is somewhere here. There is blue, but it's on the outside of the red. What we're looking for is that blue color right in the middle of everything that's red, that all lone by itself blue color in a sea of red. We do not see that there. Nevertheless, this is still a tornado warning storm. So this continues to move. It says north, but it's probably moving right along the Saluda County line, north, almost maybe north-northeast at about, let's see, 25 miles an hour. So this is the entire area that we're going to be watching. So you should be already in your tornado shelters and taking your tornado precautions, not only in Saluda County, but as well in western Lexington County. And this is going to be, let's see, what just came up. And this is going to be for this area right here. So if you live anywhere from Batesburg, Leesville, and number 1 all the way up to Sunset Boulevard on this western or this extreme western half of Lexington County, this we're going to need to watch very carefully, because this is where the potential of the tornado to form if it actually occurs. But nevertheless, that's a tornado warning. Something that sometimes you will see meteorologist Daniel Bonds, Alex Calamy, and I bring up during a regular newscast. So I'm going to remove some of the verbiage here. So this is not something that is actual, but what is actual is the National Weather Service or the Storm Prediction Center has been discussing something about the storms that are occurring. They have not put up the graphic yet, so let me go back to radar as I look this up. And keep in mind, as I'm multitasking here, we still have the tornado watch. In fact, no surprise, the National the Storm Prediction Center has updated this. So as I'm reading this information, I just want you to see what I'm looking at. So now we have the tornado watch. The tornado watch has now been issued. Already it's in effect for Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, Lexington, and Orangeburg counties. That's the one that we were talking about before we went back to regular programming and then had to come back for this new tornado warning. We now have new tornado watches. This also goes until 7 o'clock. That now includes Lexington and Fairfield County. So, very simply put, all of the Midlands except for the Eastern Midlands, so not including, for now, Kershaw, Lee, Sumter, and Clarendon County. Everybody along I-77 and 26 and everything to the west, all the way to the Central Savannah River area and the upstate. This entire area is now under a tornado watch. For the Midlands, we're under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock. Now, the information from the Storm Prediction Center, and it's something called a mesoscale discussion. Put that in English. They're telling us what they think is about to happen, where they may be issuing new watches. Hence, while we have 2 new counties in the watch. By the way, I just realized I forgot one county. My deepest apologies. Calhoun. I did not mention you guys. Calhoun County. My deepest apologies. You are also part of the tornado watch. So again, Fairfield, Lexington, Calhoun, Orangeburg, Aiken, Lexington, Saluda, Newberry. Tornado watch until 7 o'clock. Based on the Storm Prediction Center, they are talking about not only for the Central Carolinas, so obviously that's from the Midlands to the PD to the Triad up in Greensboro. The Storm Prediction Center is indicating that we may be dealing with this threat continuing into the early evening, and in South Carolina in particular along I-26. So there's I-26. From the upstate all the way down to the low country. So this is the area that they're going to be discussing more and more in earnest to see if anything may be developing. But right now, the only major concern we have as far as a warning is Lexington and Saluda County. This is a tornado warning that will go on for another 30 minutes. And again, it is for extreme eastern Saluda and the western portions of Lexington County. And now they've updated it. So now Saluda County, you're now dropped out of it. So wonderful timing. Just as I was talking about eastern Saluda. So this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Key phrase, capable of producing a tornado. We don't have a tornado at this time, but we have a tornado warning, which means it's indicative of the storm to be watching because it may produce a tornado at any time. We don't have one now. Its position is 4 miles to the northwest of Batesburg, Leesville, moving north at about now 30. And wow, that is, A signature that I generally do not like to look at. So here's the position. It says it's about 4 miles northeast. So here's BL, about 4.5 miles. So here's our center of circulation right here. This is going to be east of 391, south of Sunset Boulevard, and a stone throw north of number 1. Here is the center of circulation of this storm. I'm going to get even closer so you guys are seeing what I'm looking at. So with that said, here's Fredonia. Here's number 1. Here is the center of circulation. Murray, Fairfield Road splitting onto number 1. Everything, Priceville Road, everything west of the county line. Sunset Boulevard, everything south. Along number 1, everything north. Here is your immediate box of concern that we have the tornado warning. And this is moving to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. So let me update this. And folks, if you think 30 miles is not fast, it's fast enough. So that's why you need to take your tornado precautions right now. So I'm just going to expand this just a little bit more. And these are only the towns that are in the area. So with that said, let me draw a different line, and moving at 30 miles an hour, and let's just see its progression. So yeah, pretty much north, just maybe a little bit scooched to the left, to the right. So here's the areas that we're looking at. Long Sunset Boulevard, you got until about 3:35. West of Priceville and south of Sunset Boulevard, you got about until 3:35. If this continues through, heading towards and then to the Lake Murray shore. So the south shores of Lake Murray. And let me clear this out so you see exactly what I'm talking about. Here's Lake Murray. So from Sunset Boulevard, on the south side of Sunset Boulevard, this should be coming over within the next 2 to 3 minutes. Crossing over, getting to the south shores of western side of Lake Murray, you have about 8 minutes. So this is the entire area. Sunset Boulevard, everything west to the county line of Saluda, everything from pretty much from Murray, north of Fredonia, going all the way up. You should be already in your tornado shelter at this time. If you know anybody for whatever reason that they're out in their docks at Lake Murray trying to tie up their boat, tell them conservatively they got 2 minutes. Tied or not, go inside. Because if this is going to be, at the very least, strong gusty winds, then you're looking at winds at probably in excess of 50 miles an hour. There is noticeable bright green and bright red, but it's not organized. Now this is what I'm going to be watching in 1 minute on the next update. Very noticeable colors, but it's not organized. I do not see a spin. For those of you who can understand this reference, I'm looking for a yin-yang type spin. So I'm looking at green, in which noticeably curving from left to right and curving up, and then the red from right to left curving down. I don't see that, even though there's some bright colors here. Nevertheless, this is the area that we're looking at, that don't be surprised if we got at least 50 mile an hour, if plus, wind gusts associated with this tornadic warned severe thunderstorm. So again, this is what we're watching. Okay, we now have a report. This was at 3:12, so it's 3:34. So at about 3:12, there was a report of a funnel cloud right in that area. We were talking about 4 miles to the northeast of Batesburg, Leesville. So a funnel cloud was observed there. Funnel cloud, tornado, big difference. Funnel cloud, we can actually see something that looks like a tornado that's in the sky. Tornado, that thing is now on the ground. We don't have a tornado, but we have nevertheless, we do have a funnel cloud reported about 12 minutes ago. Now, if you will follow me on this, we're going to track this. So this is 3:26. Here's Fredonia. Not that organized yet. Bright green and red, but still not organized. 3 minutes later, still a lot of green and red, not that organized. And as it continues to move, here's the new update. So you can see it is A lot of radar meteorologists like myself like to call this junk. It's just colors everywhere. There's not any organization. But that does not mean that this can get organized. The other thing we look at, and this is a great utility that the National Weather Service upgraded their radars at all the airports several years ago, that now we can get little bit of chunks of the atmosphere of what's going on in circulation as we head up the scale. And what I'm looking at, and this is different heights. So a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher. And what I am looking at is, what we're looking at is a flat picture of what's going on at the ground. What I'm doing is I'm expanding it to see what it looks like in 3 dimensions, see if there's any circulation. But nevertheless, still, we have that tornado warning. And the tornado warning, just so you're aware, continues for Lexington County, but now has been moved further north. So again, for those of you who are just tuning in now, the National Weather Service has a continuing tornado warning for another 23 minutes for far western, northwestern Lexington County, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado. Last position 7 minutes ago was just north of Batesburg, Leesville. So the position is right around here, smack in the middle between Sunset Boulevard and number 1. Moving to the north, generally at about 30 miles an hour. So if the track that we would put from where it is right now, you should already be taking your tornado precautions. This is a lot of rural area, but we still have people that live here. This is going to be along and south of Lake Murray from the South Shores and Pricefield, down Pricefield Road, and everything west of that. So everyone who lives in Lexington County, from the Newberry County line, the western half of Lake Murray, all the way down to number 1 and through Sunset Boulevard, you should be in your tornado shelters at this time, even though we do not have a confirmed tornado. We do have a report of a funnel cloud, but this is a storm that is capable of producing a tornado. Here's its position right now. And again, there's a lot of, notice this purple, there's a lot of scatter and feedback and blockage from the radar. And keep in mind, the radar is installation at Columbia Metropolitan Airport. So this is looking from the airport towards the west-northwest. We have a little bit of blockage and clutter, probably somewhere in the eastern side of Lexington County. So it's not picking up a lot, but nevertheless, it is picking up just enough that I can see where it is. So this is right now, right over Pricefield Road and 378. Again, still not very organized, but that's the area that we're going to be watching as it continues to move up to the north. In addition to that, if this is going to be producing a tornado, here's the one thing that is definitely noticeable. A lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning. If there's a tornado, it's going to be what we call rain wrapped. We're not going to be able to see it because there's just too much rain involved in it. So this is the area that we're watching right now, and let me switch over to velocity for just a moment. So yeah, this is the circulation. So it's a little bit further west than I anticipated. So here's the circulation, this is velocity. This is just wind speed. Why did I look at that? Because I looked at reflectivity, and reflectivity tells me what rain is coming down, what the radar is picking up as far as precipitation. And I know it's right over here, just a little bit of an empty notch where not a lot of rain. The red, the big bright red in reflectivity, that is a ton of rain, but there's a little bit of hole right there. So that hole is what I'm looking at right now as far as any kind of circulation. Notice now the colors, the green, it's expanding even wider. The red, not as dark. It looks like the circulation is here. Circulation is right here, but nevertheless, you're only talking about a difference of about 1.5 miles. So we continue with the tornado warning for that area. And as we look at that, I just want to go over quickly all the things of concern we have. First, we have, again, for those of you who are just joining us right now, a tornado watch is in effect. This is for the red shaded areas. Tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. That includes Fairfield, Lexington, Fairfield, Richland, Calhoun, Orangeburg, Lexington, Aiken, Saluda, and Newberry counties until 7 o'clock. I'm going to drop all of that, and then we're going to go to the advisory. We have a aerial flood advisory for the south central portion of Newberry, the eastern 2/3 of Saluda, the extreme western Lexington and extreme northern Aiken counties for about another 35 minutes with the amount of heavy rainfall that's already come down in these areas. And that is the concern when you have that much rainfall that has already fallen down and more rainfall that's already coming down. So these are the areas that we have the flood advisory at this point. Then we have, of course, the tornado warning. And the only tornado warning we have right now in South Carolina, really, and let me just make sure that's the case, only tornado warning we have right now is for that area of Lexington County that we watch. So if you're just joining us right now, National Weather Service has a continuation of a tornado warning for Lexington County only. This goes until 4 o'clock, so for another 19 minutes, in which they indicated that the National Weather Service, roughly at about, let's see, this was at 3:12, that there was a severe thunderstorm just north of Batesburg-Leesville, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. A lot of rainfall right now in this area of Lexington County. Still quite a bit of lightning, although the lightning has gone down, and the amount of rainfall intensification has now moved into Newberry counties. But this is the area that we're watching for the possibility of circulation, and now we have even more of bright colors. Now, is this indicative of if we have a tornado? No, these colors are bright, but this puts it now just on the doorstep. It's just getting onto the south shores of the western portions of Lake Murray. Let's see, I think Old Cherokee Road, no, Old Cherokee Road is over here. So Old Cherokee, and this will be Priceville Road. So this is the area right now. And let me look at another one. So this is what we call our storm relative velocity. It takes into account for how strong the winds are in the circulation area, as well as it takes into account for its storm motion or the direction and speed it's going. So this is the area right now that is just getting into the western south shores of Lake Murray. We do have definitely strong winds, and forgive me, this is not an actual wind speed, so forgive me for just looking at that. I wanted to know how real that was. So that's indicating 75-mile-an-hour winds. I don't think it's that high, considering its distance from the radar. I do believe, though, that in this general area that we have at least 40-mile-an-hour winds with potential 55 to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So this, again, the western shores of Lake Murray. And while I'm talking about Lake Murray, I know that there are people already starting to ask, it's like, well, what about all of us who are on Lake Murray but all the way up in the Chapin area? Okay. This is the area that we are watching right now, even though it is strictly and solely in this general portion of Lake Murray. If you live in Chapin, if you have a boat in Chapin on the north shores, just be prepared that as this continues to move, where its position is, and let me get back to its position, where its position is right now in this portion of Lexington County, and its motion at about 30 miles an hour, you're going to start feeling the winds. Let's see, this is downtown Chapin at about 4 o'clock. So if you live on the shorelines of Lake Murray in Chapin, you have probably about, 4 o'clock, you have about 10 minutes before the winds start picking up on the north shores of Chapin. So be aware that the winds very likely, even though you're not under the tornado warning, the winds very likely in this area of Chapin to Hilton Head, from Chapin to Hilton, White Rock, south of Three Dog Road probably will be sustained at 35, gusting to at least 40 to 45 or more very soon. Again, this is what we're watching as the storms move through. Just taking a quick look around of what we have. And again, folks, this is another very busy day. Here's all the tornado watches, all the different advisories, watches, and warnings for South Carolina. Here's a line that is moving through the Midlands. Here's a line that's moving through the North Low Country. Here's the extended line heading towards out of the shorelines of the Low Country. And all of this, folks, you think I forgot about you in Orangeburg? I didn't. You're not under a warning, but take a look at this monster. There is a ton of rainfall that's coming down now in the western half of Orangeburg County. And let me switch over to that so we can see the veracity of those storms. So here are the storms right now that, again, none of these, this is not a warned storm, but I just want to give you guys a heads up in Orangeburg County. So all of these storms, I mean, you can barely see all the towns. Just out of Orangeburg County alone, just a little bit over 300 lightning strikes. So from north all the way down, east of Nices, west of Orangeburg, so going along the Nices Highway, approaching Cordova, already over Cope, Norway, Springfield, you're getting blanketed with not only torrential rainfall, but you're getting hammered with a ton of lightning. This kind of storm that is not severe and your radio's not going off in western Orangeburg County, that does not matter. This is the kind of lightning activity you don't want to be outside. This is the kind of rainfall that you should not be driving out or seeing how deep the water is, because the rainfall rate in these areas, conservatively, 3/4 of an inch to almost 2-inch rainfall per hour. And all of this is moving to the north-northeast at about 25 miles an hour. So I wouldn't go out on this. I wouldn't be daring enough to try to see what's going on out there, because all of this continues to progress. And everybody in the northern and central portions of Orangeburg County, and I'm talking about from the city of Orangeburg down 21 all the way down to Branchville, you're seeing it, you're hearing it, and it looks like it's just going to be skirting you until you got this mess coming out of Bamberg County. And all of this, no doubt, will be affecting everybody from 66 to Branchville out to Bowman and Roseville. If this doesn't affect you in the next 30 minutes, all of this in Bamberg County will in the next 30 to 45 minutes. That's all the activity we have that's going on right now, at least in that southern portion. You can see this has been over the last 4 hours, how everything has just blossomed up, and this is going to continue for some time. So again, the reason we are on right now, and we continue to watch this tornado warning that continues for about another 12 minutes, solely for Lexington County. National Weather Service said this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And again, here is the center of circulation, not defined by any stretch of the imagination for a confirmed tornado, but nevertheless, that is what we're looking at. Something else we also look at to see if we can actually see any kind of noticeable debris. Nothing that is definitive that we've got debris, although very interesting how we have a lot of stuff that's blowing around. And this is what we look for in correlation coefficient, bright blue, that's in a sea of red. But this is not very organized. This is kind of an extended out. And what I'm looking at, the way this spins, all of this is what we call the downdraft. A little inflow notch of winds that get pulled into the tornadic cell, and then you have the winds that spill around. So here's your spin, and the air that gets pulled in tightens up the tornado to lift it up. You see all these colors that are a lot different? I would not be surprised at all if all of this, and the reason why that the correlation coefficient is picking up, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we've got a lot of moisture, not precipitation, moisture that's coming out of the lake, and a lot of leaves, pine needles, whatever's on the lake that's getting sucked into it, that's getting pulled in, that's showing this kind of odd signature. But this is not a signature of a tornado. This is a very junky indication of a tornado. And I'm getting a new one, and yep, okay, so we now have a new tornado warning. And if you bear with me one moment, I'm going to set it up. So this is the new tornado warning. And let me just make sure if it's not from the same one. Yep, okay. So this is a new one that I'm going to set up. National Weather Service has now issued a tornado warning. This is going to be for Lexington, Newberry, extreme northwestern Upper Richland, and extreme southwestern Fairfield County. So here is the new one, and bear with me one moment. So now we have a new one, and let me just scoot that over. Here's the new tornado warning, and I'll clear this up in a minute. But this tornado warning now is in effect at 3:49 until 4:30. So we've got a 41-minute tornado warning on here. It covers areas along 273. So this is going to be at that exit for 273 and 76 to head over to Mid-Carolina High School in Newberry, right off of that exit. So I-26 Pomeria, just to the west of Little Mountain, and that'll extend all the way down into extreme southern portions of Newberry County, connecting to Lexington County. Lexington County, it's going to be from the west shores to the north shores of Lake Murray, all the way up past Chapin, Ballantyne, White Rock, crossing over 176, and that would be the exit, what is that? Exit 91, I believe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Exit 91 of I-26 in Upper Richland County, extending all the way to the VC Summer Plant, Jenkinsville, possibly into the southern shores of Lake Monticello. So this is southwest Fairfield County, crossing over into Peak. This entire area is the new tornado warning. There is obviously a lot of lightning associated with this storm and torrential rainfall that's coming down on the western side. But this is what we're watching right now with the tornado warning. It goes until 7:30. And if you bear with me, I'm going to pull up its track. So here's where we are as far as the tornado warning. And when we look at radar, it is the exact same storm. This was located over Dreer State Park, or about 11 miles west of number 6 at the Lake Murray Dam. So let us pull this up. So Dreer State Park, Lake Murray Dam, and bingo, there it is. That is the location. So it is the continuation of the original Western Lexington County storm. Now this is getting very impressive, and National Weather Service, if you happen to be listening to us, verify with me, because I've got a very pronounced couplet on here. So before I go through all the couplet and the yik yak about it, so you guys understand what I'm looking at, bottom line, if you live anywhere from just west of the Lake Murray Dam all the way down to and north of Dreer State Park, anywhere from Little Mountain to Chapin, along Three Dog to Hilton, everything west of that. This entire area of Lexington, Upper Richland, and then extreme northeastern portions of Newberry County, take your tornado shelter right now. There's a very well-defined signature here from the radar, and I'm going to get as close to seeing where the roads are. But this is, nevertheless, and it's just updated. So here's the area that we're looking at. So here's State Park Road. This is the area that we're watching right now. And winds, let's see, velocity. So I got winds going away from the radar at 44 miles an hour roughly, winds coming towards the radar at about 27 miles an hour. The reason why it's negative is because it's a different direction. Nevertheless, I do have a noticeable spin in this area. Let me see. There's a lot of junk here. So I'm going to say on the side of caution that we may have, since we have a tornado warning, we may have a developing funnel cloud at the very least in this area. Looking at reflectivity and get rid of all of that lightning. We already know there's a lot of lightning. You see this noticeable C? This is what I'm looking at. So this is, I want you to keep your eyes on exactly what I'm looking at right here. Here's an open hole in reflectivity. There's not a lot of rain. Looking at velocity, here's where the spin is. Even though that donut where there's no rain is right about here, here's a noticeable spin on velocity. On storm relative velocity and account for the forward motion, you can tell even more well-defined circulation there. And looking at correlation coefficient, there's a lot of junk here. So is there a tornado? Not sure. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and say it because National Weather Service said it here. We very likely have a tornado, not a funnel cloud. We very likely have a tornado by Dreer State Park. If you know anybody at Dreer State Park, take cover immediately. National Weather Service is indicating that over at Dreer State Park that we have very likely the tornado that is heading toward Dreer State Park. So let me focus on that really, really close so we can see exactly what I'm talking about. So here is State Park, here's Dreer State Park, and this is the area of circulation. National Weather Service just sent this out, and they've notified us also on Twitter and Facebook that the tornado is about to hit Drury State Park if it's not hitting it right now. So this is the area. This is right on the cuff of extreme southeastern Newberry and far northwestern Lexington County. State Drury Park is the area where you need to take cover. Now, with that said, this is the area that we're looking at, and I'm going to zoom this out because this is now starting to get into other areas. Here's the motion. So it is just about heading north, and this is the area that we're going to be watching. So if you live anywhere along, Chapin, a Mixed Ferry Road, St. Peter's Church Road. So St. Peter's Church Road, I-76, along that and south. Take your tornado shelter immediately. National Weather Service has indicated that we may have already had a tornado that has gone over Drury State Park. And yeah, I just don't like this signature. Very pronounced hook, folks. Very, very pronounced hook. Here's the area that is a big old notch, and tell me I'm going to see blue. This is going to be a tornado, folks. I'm going to say right now, we have a tornado, at least on radar, that is being confirmed. Not only do we have one confirmed for the National Weather Service at State Drury Park, but on correlation coefficient, there is no doubt that there is a tornado over there. On velocity, you can see where the color is getting bright, but it's a very, very tight notch. And State Drury Park is going to be right about there. And then on storm relative velocity, definitely bright colors, and they are getting brighter. So this is the area that we're going to be watching. Again, if you live anywhere, in fact, let me go ahead and step off. Bear with me while I do this. I do this off of the screen, folks. But if you live north of Drury State Park, you need to be in your tornado shelter immediately. If you live anywhere, along St. Peter's Church Road, as I indicated, there's a Mixed Ferry. You need to take your tornado precautions right now. This is the area that we're watching. If you live basically along 76 Three Dog Road, downtown Chapin, going along 76 towards Hilton. If you live east of, this is Old Lexington Highway, but Old number 6. So anywhere from Chapin along 76, everything west, all the way to St. Peter's Church Road until you hit the Lexington County line, take your tornado shelter immediately. We've already been notified by the National Weather Service that we had a tornado probably about 3 minutes ago. 3:51, so about 7 minutes ago, of a tornado that was heading towards Deer Island State Park. And again, funnel cloud, looks like it's coming down, tornado on the ground. National Weather Service said, we have a tornado hitting Drury State Park. Here is the location right now, and just to give more of a definition, and this is probably going to update on me in about a minute and a half. Nope, it just updated. My bad. So this is over the center of circulation as of right now is going to be in the area in the intersection of Deer Island and Baker Drive. So this is going to be the area right now that we're looking at of where the center of circulation is. Whether we have a tornado still or just a funnel cloud or a radar signature, regardless, this is the area that we're looking at right now. So with that said, if you live anywhere from Deer Island Road to St. Peter's Church Road and then along Mixed Ferry Road, this entire area, this is the immediate concern right now over the next 30 to 40 seconds of where the tornadic signature is. Heading upstream if you live north of St. Peter's Church Road. And this is going to be the rest of northwestern Lexington County. If you live from St. Peter's Church Road and then all the way up to Chapin, 76, and then Old number 6. So if you live anywhere from St. Peter's Church Road all the way north to 76 before you cross over into Newberry County, anywhere from 76 and Chapin down Old Number 6. This entire area needs to take your immediate tornado shelter as this continues to move to the north at about 30 miles an hour. And again, this is the tornado warning that the National Weather Service has issued. I just want to read the verbiage on this real quick that was updated a little while ago. It is still a tornado warning, and whether you are near the center of circulation or not, don't be surprised at all if you end up getting at least 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with this. So there is the center now approaching. Now approaching the city of Chapin. So if you are in downtown Chapin, you should already be taking your tornado precautions as this is heading in your direction. This is the position right now of where the tornado is going to be. And again, this goes for another 28 minutes as far as the warning is concerned. Looking on velocity to see where this storm is. So here is the storm right now. Again, it's going to be right at the intersection, right around St. Paul's Church and Amix Ferry. So right in that intersection, anywhere within a 2-mile radius, this is where it's going to be. Let's see, I just got an information from the National Weather Service, so give me 1 second here. Okay, and well, I guess we have 2 areas that we're going to be watching. So let me switch over. And so the National Weather Service is going to continue this tornado warning. And let me update this real quick. And you don't need the light name because we already know that the storm is already strong enough as it is. So here's the tornado warning that goes until 4:30. This covers everybody from pretty much, let's see, this is the far eastern portions of Newberry, extreme southwestern Fairfield, northwestern Lexington County until 4:30, so another 28 minutes. 2 concerns of what we are watching on radar. Actually, it's one right now. Let's see if that is shifted. So this is the one that we've been watching as it came up through Dreher State Park. Dreher Island State Park is right around here, and it's moving, but this is expanding. And that's what the National Weather Service said, that, National Weather Service did confirm that we did have the tornado at Dreher Island State Park, and let me just put this as a very strong and bold statement right now. If you live anywhere from Slides to Little Mountain to Chapin to downtown Chapin, Amix Ferry, St. Paul's Church Road, and everything west and south of Little Mountain, take your tornado shelter immediately. This has already had at least 1 confirmation of a tornado and a confirmation of at least debris being lifted in the air, which means it's running over something, whether it's trees, whether it's bushes, whether it's leaves, or whether it's structures. It has definitely shown a signature of debris being lifted up in the air. So if you are in Little Mountain, all the way across 76, crossing over into Lexington County, into downtown Chapin, and then along Amix Ferry and St. Paul's Church Road, and everything west, even crossing over into St. Peter's Church Road turns into Wheeler. So if you live anywhere in that, on the Lexington side of Wheeler School Road, this up to Little Mountain, this entire area, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. As we're watching this, that it's already at least produced 1 tornado. This is the area that we are watching, and let's see. All right, let me read you exactly verbatim what we just got from the National Weather Service just now. We had a call to the National Weather Service office at Columbia Metropolitan Airport that a tornado was confirmed near Lake Murray, and they have found, people calling in, they have found debris that trails around in the area of the corner of State Park Road and Dreher Island Road near Lake Murray. So that's the area that we saw. I will tell you this right now, folks, with the way these storms have been developing, And let me just show you exactly what I'm talking about. With the way these storms are developing, with that information that I just gave you, don't go out there. There is so much downpours, there's so much lightning, and this is a very dangerous situation. So don't go out there and see what's out there. If you live in the immediate area, definitely make sure that you and your neighbors are okay. And if you can, either call up the News 19 station or call up the National Weather Service in Columbia to confirm what damage you have. And especially if there's any injuries, call up 911 immediately. If you do not live down there, if you do not live in any of these areas from Little Mountain in Newberry County to Chapin and everything south, don't go out, don't go venturing. Leave this area alone because this is a very dangerous situation there we are watching. Again, this is a tornado warning with at least one confirmation of a tornado that we have gotten from the National Weather Service. This tornado warning is for now, again, southwestern Fairfield, extreme east-southeast Newberry, extreme northern Lexington, and extreme northwestern upper Richland County. This is the area that we are watching, and the noticeable area that we are watching, again, is going to be from Little Mountain to Chapin, this entire area right now. On reflectivity, just to see what it looks like, this is the area. Now, it is not nowhere near as curvature defined. Regardless, this is something still we have to be paying attention very carefully. So just in the area, just to the south of Little Mountain and to west of Chapin, that's radar. Winds, still extension anywhere from the west side of Chapin, downtown Chapin, all the way across to Little Mountain and then points south. On storm relative, again, this is not as well organized, but we already had one tornado confirmed out of it. And then when it comes to our correlation coefficient, to see how much junk is being lifted up in the air, which would tell us debris, not very well defined, but still, with the way these signatures look, I would not be surprised that in any of these areas, especially where it's not raining as much anymore, like in the areas of downtown Chapin, I wouldn't be surprised if we've got a little bit of stuff that's flying around in the air right now because of what we've already had experience just around Dreher State Park. So this is the tornado. Warned area that we are talking about, and as it continues to move, this is what we're looking at right now, and its movement. Let me just get this back up here, and its movement looks like it's still generally north, maybe a little bit shift to the northeast, but this is the area we're looking at. So again, we still have the tornado warning that's still in effect for extreme southwestern Fairfield, extreme northwestern upper Richland, extreme northern Lexington, and then far eastern Newberry counties. This is what we are watching with the tornado warning, and this is the area that we are watching very carefully, which looks like it's getting over Little Mountain. So anywhere from pretty much 202 all the way along and south of I-26 in Newberry County, and along I-26 south from south heading towards Chapin. This is the area that we are needing to watch very carefully. And with the winds, there's no doubt that at least wind gusts we're experiencing in this entire area from Pomeroy to Peak, mainly on the tune of about 25 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts. Anywhere from downtown Chapin to the split of I-26 and Three Dog Road, maybe in the tune of about 20 to 25 mile an hour wind gusts, or rather sustained winds. And then on I-26 in this portion of Newberry County, wouldn't be surprised if we've got 40 to 55 mile an hour wind gusts associated with this tornado warning. Let's go around the house and make sure that we are not forgetting anybody at all. So this is the only tornado warning we have right now in our Midlands community. It's the only one that we have all throughout South Carolina. We continue a tornado watch. Let me just get rid of all this stuff. We continue a tornado watch for the Midlands, and this is going to be until 7 o'clock, so at least the next 3 hours, until 7 o'clock tonight. That covers Fairfield, Richland, Calhoun, Orangeburg, Lexington, Saluda, and Newberry counties. Again, this goes until 7 o'clock. What we've been watching and experiencing with all the storms is basically what is left over of Fred, which is nothing more than a tropical cyclonic low. And we can see, in fact, let me just speed this up a little bit more. This is why we've been talking about it all day yesterday and the day before. Here's a spin of the low, what used to be named Fred. It is right now on the eastern metro of Atlanta, moving generally along 185. And as this continues to move up, not 185, 85, and as it continues between 185 and 85, heading towards the western side of North Carolina and the Appalachians, all these storms have been firing off. And again, this is what we've been talking about. Where the center circulation is, well, all the heavy rainfall will be closer to it, but my concern will be everything east of it between 150 and 300 miles. And this is what we're watching. So where all the severe weather and all the watches are has been what we've been talking about, because from the position of where the low is, which is right in the Atlanta metro, here's the tornado watches, 200 miles away from the center. Here in the Midlands, all the way out to Richland County, 200 miles. From the center circulation, going all the way up to Charlotte, 200 miles. Where are all the tornado watches? Charlotte, Columbia, Low Country, at least northern Low Country. This is the area of concern, and this is what we're going to be dealing with at least until 7 o'clock, until things ramp down. This is not the type of weather setup that once we lose the daytime heating, we lose a lot of the punch. This is not like summertime storms. This is involving a tropical cyclone, which is a whole different ball of wax. Notice, not a lot of rain outside of it. All the crazy weather is on the outer band of what's left over of this tropical cyclone, and we're right in the heart of it. So all of this is what we're going to be watching very carefully and get into high definition Doppler radar and put this on loop. Again, a lot of strong storms moving through Orangeburg County. I haven't forgotten you guys in southern portions of the Midlands. It's just that we have the tornado warning here. But nevertheless, if you live in Calhoun County along St. Matthews Road, from I-26 all the way down, these storms are already on top of you. If you live along 601 from St. Matthews all the way up to Lake Congaree, to the Congaree River, and then everything east of that. So east of Ellery, east of Santee, Lone Star, Lake Marion Dam, all the way to the crossroads into Orangeburg County, Wetzel, west of that into Branchville, Bowman, 66. You have all the storms, and they're all shifting over. That's Calhoun County. On the southern end of Lexington County, we already had bad weather. You have more heavy rainfall, and then, of course, we've got the tornado warning. So let's go back to that. This is the tornado warning that we still have in effect. This goes, fortunately, for another 12 minutes. Just so you know, with all the crazy weather we're having now, it is the greatest thing when you have our station president that brings me water because I can't breathe right now. But here's the thing. Here's the tornado warning. This is what we're watching very carefully. We have already had at least one confirmation of a tornado on it, and now we've got a second report. Did get a second report from a resident who called up the National Weather Service confirming that at around 3:49, so what is that, 24 minutes ago, that they observed a tornado by Lake Murray and a line of debris, so debris spewed out in the air right in the area of State Park Road and Dreer Island Road. Well, folks, if you remember, that's what I was talking about, that back at around 3:49, this was the area they were talking about where the colors were very bright. That's not the case now, and what we're looking at is all the way up here. Now, there's really no good and bad news to this, because even though this looks like it's very junky, there's a very small sliver of the National Weather Service radar that has blockage, and it's basically in this sector scan. It looks really junky, so even though I don't see a lot of red and green, I'm still concerned that we may still have a spin up anywhere pretty much north, northwest, and northeast of Little Mountain, right along I-26. So this is the area that we're watching, that obviously we're still under a tornado, warning. And let me put this back up here. So here on radar is what we're looking at. And again, it's not as well defined. We don't have a perfect shape comma. And what I mean by comma, this is what we looked at. Let me go all the way back to when we had that very well-defined comma, because I want you to see exactly what I'm looking at so you can understand what we're concerned about. So there's that comma. This was at 3:53. Remember, the report from Dreher State Park was at 3:49. So roughly 4 minutes ago, here's Dreher State Park, right about there. Here is the comma shape. Here is a very pronounced thing. This may be the debris ball. A debris ball is basically where all the stuff that's being tossed up in the air. That's not where the tornado is. That's where the tornado is. Right in this open area where there's nothing at all. And when we advance this, when we look at the velocity of where it was, well, at the time, at 3:49, that would have put it right there. Here's the sea. Here's nothing going on. That's Dreher State Park. 3:49, that's where it happened. Now let's move this along to where we are now. Last 30 minutes. Now that it's moved through, here is where we have the tornado warning. This is going to be the area. Very likely, this is already going to be right in the intersection north of Little Mountain between I-26 and 202. So it's more so in Newberry County. But even with that being said, we still have that that tornado warning for Lexington, Fairfield, Richland, and Newberry counties. Let's just focus on exactly where it is right now. Here's a Little Mountain, Highway 202 that comes out of the north side of town, crossing over I-26 underpass. Rather overpass. So there it is in the area right around Pomeria and 126. This is the area that we need to be watching and focused on. It could be anywhere in this area. As of right, or as of the last 16 minutes, we have not gotten any confirmation of a tornado. We have not gotten any word of any funnel cloud. But nevertheless, this is the area that we're watching. We've already gotten reports from upstream when we headed down in Newberry County, and well, there it is. And did it just update? Yep, it just updated. Folks, you remember when I told you that there's a little bit of blockage? Well, there's the blockage. And I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about if you give me 1 second. We have a confirmed tornado. National Weather Service has not only reissued the tornado warning, but now has confirmed a tornado. The confirmed tornado is going to be right near VC Summer plant. So the tornado is VC Summer. Is that on 213? I can't remember. It's either 213 or 241. It's on the southwest side of Jenkinsville. Take your tornado coverage right now. If you live anywhere from Peak all the way up to Parr, along the Newberry Fairfield County line, all the way to Jenkinsville. If you live south of Lake Monticello and along 233, take your tornado coverage right now. If you live within and west side from south and west of the VC Summer nuclear plant, take your tornado coverage immediately. We have now confirmed tornado, and let me just get the verbiage that they have, and I'll read it straight out to you. Confirmed tornado. This is going to be right by the plant, moving north at 20. We have a confirmed tornado not only from radar but from observation. It is moving north at 20 miles an hour. So I'm going to get as close as possible to this tornado warning. So on velocity, it's going to put it right in this area. So this is what we're watching right now. This is where the tornadic signature is. And you can see how the colors are all skewed. That's because of the blockage, but I have more than enough colors to tell me what's going on, knowing the blockage of the radar in relation to the airport. And keep in mind, from the airport to where this is, roughly about 70 miles. So it's still in the parameters that is picking up pretty good signals, even though it's a little bit junky. It's still, there's no doubt that I can see it. And when I look at our dual Doppler correlation coefficient, this is what I was talking about, folks. When I said correlation coefficient and look for blue, here's a lot of blue. It's not in a sea of red, 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 red. If there's an inflow of where all the debris is getting lifted, it's right in the area from Parr to just west of Jenkinsville, and that's why the National Weather Service not only has a tornado warning, but says that we have a confirmed tornado. Colors are starting to get a little bit brighter, so this is going to be the area right along the county line. So let me zoom this in a little bit more. Again, if you live anywhere from north of Peak, north of Peak, 213, Parr, Jenkinsville, VC Summer Nuclear Plant, and everything west of downtown Jenkinsville, and then everything north going along to 213 in the southern portion of Lake Monticello, anywhere in that area. I haven't said Monticello Road yet. It's a little bit too far away from that, but nevertheless, this is the focal point. So if you live anywhere in this area, this is a confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service. I'm going to change the tilt just so I can see how far up this tornado actually is to see of how much strength it has been gaining. So get a little bit higher, a little bit lower, a little bit higher. So you see how the bright colors are showing up. What I'm doing is I'm changing the radar of where it's tilting from the airport so I can see not only at the surface, but a little bit higher in different slices of the storm. And while I'm doing that, we also got a report of a funnel cloud roughly about 14 minutes ago near Chapin over Meadowlark Road. So this was a little while ago. This was at 404. Well, that's exactly what we were talking about around 404, where we need to watch very carefully of where these storms are. So around 404, that will put that right about. Okay, so there's the update, and Meadowlark and Little Mountain. So this is the general area that we're looking at. So this is at the time that they reported the tornado. Little Mountain, 76, Slice, that's where they reported at 404. Now, what we're looking at is where its position is, which is still the tornado confirmed. Now, let me just read the information on here just to make sure not only is it observed, but is there any other pertinent information that we need to know on it. But again, if you live in Jenkinsville and west of Jenkinsville, from Highway 213 all the way up to the south shores of Lake Monticello, you should be in a tornado shelter right now as this continues to move. Now, let's see. They continue the tornado warning for that portion. They continue that tornado warning for that portion of Fairfield County, but I'm going to update this now. So as you can see, the tornado warning that we have is now only for Fairfield and Newberry County. Now, granted, this goes on for another 7 minutes. Regardless of that, I want you to be very aware that if you live anywhere north of Pomeria and then north of Jenkinsville, so let me extend this a little bit more. If you live anywhere in this area, Monticello Road, everything from Monticello Road to, what's number 34? Is that Campground Road? I believe, but either way, from number 34 and Monticello Road, everything along Monticello Road and everything west into the county line, crossing from Fairfield to Newberry County, and then from Pomeria all the way up straight north. This is the area that in the next 6 minutes we'll find out if the National Weather Service will continue this tornado warning or make a new tornado warning for that area. But the area we're focused on right now, that at least 12 minutes ago, they did confirm that we had a tornado right near the VC Summer Nuclear Station. So this tornado warning we have right now, position that we would be looking at, it's probably going to be right in this area here, right on the county line, pretty much near Parr. And that's really junky to see where it is. Let me see if I can find height-wise where this might be. Okay, so let's just say conservatively that this is going to be the area that it's going to be, right on the county line. So north of 213, basically right on the fence of both Newberry and Fairfield counties. That's why we have the tornado warning for both of them. Jenkinsville, so this entire area is the area that we're going to be watching also, looking at reflectivity just to see if I have anything that is pronounced enough to show. Not very organized, not very organized at all, but nevertheless, this is the area that we're going to be watching, and neither on regular velocity or storm relative velocity am I showing anything that is distinctive enough that we still have a tornado that's there and not a funnel cloud, but regardless, it's still a tornado warning. And with that still tornado warning, that's why we will continue to make sure that we watch this very carefully. Now, this will go on for another 4 minutes. We will see what happens if the National Weather Service does continue this. In the meanwhile, while we're waiting, we are going to go around. We're going to go around and see what's going on. First, we have, and this is in all of the dark. Yeah, let me just fix all this. We continue the tornado watch. Tornado watch, again, for those of you who've just joined us over the last few minutes, we have a tornado watch in effect for the Midlands until 7 o'clock, so roughly for another 2.5 hours. This covers all of our counties along 77 and 26. This covers Newberry, Fairfield, Saluda, Aiken, Lexington, Richland, Calhoun, and Orangeburg counties. This is until 7 o'clock. There is currently a flash flood watch in effect that does not cover the Midlands, but it's the upstate, and it's right on the doorstep of at least Saluda and Newberry counties. So just be aware of that. We're not under a severe thunderstorm watch, but a lot of us have already seen a ton of rainfall, so don't get your guard down that, since we're not under a flash flood watch, that's not going to be an issue. We have an advisory that, the advisory, I forgot that expires at 4:15. So the warning that we're looking at now is these two, one that's new and one that's still watching. So we have the one tornado warning and now a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go over to that. And the severe thunderstorm warning is actually part of the same complex. So that said, this is the severe thunderstorm warning. And let me just lift this up a little bit more. So here is our current setup right now. All right. So there it is, and that covers a good chunk of Fairfield County. So we'll first start with the tornado warning. Tornado warning still in effect for extreme east central, southeast central portions of Fairfield County, and then extreme little portions by Jenkinsville of Fairfield County. This is where we're going to be watching to see if this expires in the next 2 minutes. What I believe is going to happen, and they've already shown it, is that they're going to allow that to expire because the new one we have is this severe thunderstorm warning that covers that extreme eastern portion of Fairfield County, but pretty much the northwestern third of Fairfield County. That's in association with that tornado warning that we've been watching. They're very likely going to probably cancel. Never mind. This is canceled, so let me get rid of that. Tornado warning has been canceled for Fairfield and Newberry County. So, with that said, we no longer have a tornado warning, confirmed tornado, or any tornado, anything of this sort in Fairfield and Newberry County. That's gone. We now have this severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm warning, again, this was from an original tornado warning. So the criteria for this is it's a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the possibility of a development of a tornadic signature that could prompt a tornado warning. So this is what we're going to be watching right now. And if I get all of this warnings out of the way, so this is the warned areas that we are watching. And again, it's mostly going to be for Fairfield County, but it does include a little portion of Newberry County. So here is the warning that we have. So this is moving northeast. Let me make sure if that's northeast. Yeah, northeast would be a good assessment. So it's moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So putting a track on this squall line, Where its position is right now is right here, and in its, no, that's too short. Let me redo that. This is the area that we are watching right now, and I'm just going to do this for 45 minutes. So for Newberry and Fairfield County, but in particular for Fairfield County, we got Dawkins at 443, Struthers at 450, Douglas at 409, Feasterville at 514. But this entire cluster of storms as it's moving through, 60-mile wind gusts, very likely. Torrential rainfall, very likely. Multiple amounts of clouds around lightning, very likely. And the most important notification on it, the possibility that because this has had a history of producing a tornado already, although it's a severe thunderstorm warning, we may have a tornado warning that may prompt from it. But again, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect right now for Fairfield and Newberry County for this area, which we'll be watching very carefully. And just to update it here so we can see where it is. And it continues to move generally to the northeast at about 15 miles an hour. But it is a severe thunderstorm warning, so we have to make sure that we watch this very carefully. Again, all tornado warnings in the Midlands have expired. We still have a tornado watch, but the most important thing right now is a severe thunderstorm warning for this area of Fairfield, Newberry County until 5:15. We will continue to monitor this. Should we have this prompt back into a tornado warning or any other tornado warnings or prevalent information that will impact you in any way, we will come back here on News 19 and on Facebook Live. Now, Friends at 5 will be starting in 29 minutes. We'll have an update and a wrap of what has been going on with the weather, what we're expecting, and other news. But for now, we'll return you back to your regular scheduled program. Thank you, sir.
starting Friends at 5 a little bit early because we have a confirmed tornado touchdown and now another tornado warning.
We have a tornado warning in Orangeburg. Let's go straight to Chief Meteorologist Efren Fonte.
This is a thunderstorm that we've been watching, JR and Darcy, over the last hour that was well into portions of Bamberg and Barnwell County. Well, it became a severe thunderstorm warning as I tweeted out and sent on Facebook about 10 minutes ago. It's now a tornado warning. Now, let me emphasize the words. Tornado warning. We have not gotten confirmation yet of whether this is a tornado an actual tornado. We've been watching this very carefully and been working directly with the National Hurricane Center out in Columbia. So here is the tornado warning for Orangeburg County. It goes until 5:30. Now, regarding these kind of storms, first, there is a lot of lightning and heavy rainfall associated with this. So if there is going to be a tornado that's going to produce, number one, there's so much lightning that you're probably not going to be able to hear or see anything. And number two, there is a lot of rainfall involved in this. And as I get rid of the lightning, you can see the heavy rainfall. The position right now that we're looking at, and let me get this back up and get rid of the lightning. The National Weather Service has indicated that this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Position right now is located near the town of Bamberg. So it's in Bamberg County, but Bamberg County, as you guys know, is just right on the doorstep of Cope. So this is going to be the area. Producer, do me a great big favor if you could just flip the prompter for me. Thank you. And this is the area that we are looking at. It's actually going to be just to the northwest of Bamberg County. So here's the area. It's right over Cannon. This is the area where we're looking at. So at least on radar, let's just say right now that it is in Orangeburg County. It's somewhere over the county line between Midway and Cannon or Canaan. Somebody correct me, make sure that I'm pronouncing that right. So it's right over Canaan. This is the area that we're watching where we have the tornado warning. Now it is moving to the, as you can see, we had the severe thunderstorm warning originally, so I will get rid of that for right now. And it is moving to the north, maybe northeast, at about 30 miles an hour. So I'm going to zoom this out here. This is the area that we are watching. Let me get rid of the watch. So this is the area that we have the warning in. So if you live anywhere from pretty much from Cannon all the way up to Roseville, Cordova, downtown Orangeburg, all the way to the split of Five Chops, Russell Street to I-26, points north, all the way until you get to the Calhoun County line. This is the tornado warning. If you live anywhere in this polygon, go ahead and take your tornado precautions immediately. If you live anywhere to the west and south of Roseville to Cannon, go ahead and take your immediate tornado shelter. This is not a confirmed tornado, but nevertheless, this is the warned storm. Moving at 30 miles an hour. Let me put a projection on it for where best guess it would be. And since this goes for 30 minutes, I'll extend this just to a 30-minute track. So we're looking at getting into Cordova at about 5:13. Let's just say for now, 5:10. Edisto, about 5:15, 5:19. Downtown Orangeburg, about 5:20 to 5:23. Brookdale, on the other side, north side of downtown Orangeburg, at about 5:26. This is the movement right now, and again, it has the capability of producing a tornado. The latest data from it, at the very least, we're going to have probably 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts associated with this storm, torrential rainfall, so we're not going to be able to even see a funnel cloud. And when I go to reflectivity, when I go to the radar itself to see where this thing is, and let me just get rid of all of these other things that are on there. As you can see, there is a ton of lightning associated with it, but here is the position of the storm on radar. Give me 1 second while I save that. And that's what we're looking at. The velocity, when we look at its location, that's where it is. These are bright colors. This is very indicative of the potential of a tornado. So there's Canaan, and put the roads. Now this is probably going to update on me in about a minute and a half. So I'm going to move this a little bit further up. So if when it updates, already have the information. So we're talking about Cannon Bridge Road, all the way up to 21 Roseville, crosses Hudson. So if you live anywhere east of 301 in Orangeburg County from Hudson and Cannon Bridge Road, all points north. And even though this is where it is, if you live in Roseville, downtown Roseville, east or west side of Roseville, it doesn't matter. If you live anywhere along 21 by Roseville, take your tornado shelter immediately now. This is where it is, and this is where it's moving. And trajectory, at least on the short term, put it right there, heading towards Highland Park. So Cordova, in about 512, what is that, Highland? Let me get rid of that. Yeah, Highland Park is going to be first. So between now and about 512, going up Cannon Bridge Road to Highland Park and eventually Cordova, you need to take your tornado shelters right now. That is the location that we are looking at. And looking at correlation coefficient, if you were with us earlier today, correlation coefficient, we're looking at colors, nothing but colors and little pixels. If we see a bright blue in a sea of red, that's where we're going to see where the tornado is. Correlation coefficient tells me that there are jagged little pieces that are not round or in a Hershey kiss-like shape of raindrops that is indicative of debris. Splinter of trees, leaves, possibly debris from some kind of structure. We're not seeing that yet, but nevertheless, in storm relative velocity, we can definitely see where we have the defined rotation. Green, again, is heading towards the radar, which is towards Columbia Metropolitan Airport where the radar is, and red is away. So here's the circulation of where the position is. It is moving generally to the north-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. And we take a look at the velocity, very strong surface winds. Best guess is going to be, probably won't be in the tune of 67 or probably more in the tune of about 60, but really it doesn't matter. 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. If you've got anything that's on the lawn, it's going to get blown around in this area. So let's just say conservatively, we're looking at 60 mile an hour winds, and expansive of where it is, we're talking probably dealing with those winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour, probably 2 miles across and 2 miles north and south. So this entire area, we could be dealing with 40, 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts within a 2 mile radius of where it is. So again, anywhere around Cannon Bridge Road, west of Roseville, north of Cannon, east of 301, this entire area going up Cannon Bridge Road to Highland Park and eventually up to Cordova, you need to take your tornado shelter immediately at this time. On reflectivity, looking to see if there's anything that is indicative of any kind of curling signature or a comma signature. Not really, but if you notice where the storm is, the center of the storm is right about here. All the rain is on one side. And when we look at a tornado, especially when we look at reflectivity, what we have is a lot of winds that are coming this way, a lot of winds that are coming this way, and when there's a notch, and there's not really that big of a notch, but if there is a notch, that means that there's strong inflow getting into the center circulation. And whenever we see a strong inflow on the clouds, and for those of you who noticed it over at Lake Murray by Dreher Park, what you're going to notice similar to that is you're going to see clouds in this area on the right side of the circulation where clouds are very low decked and look like it's moving towards the center. On the outside, you're going to see a very large, almost circular shaped shell of a cloud. And then if there is hail, in fact, let's take a look at if there's any hail. There's no hail signature, which is a good thing. Then what we're looking at primarily is going to be the signature in the middle to see if there's anything at all that's indicative of rotation. Now, we've already seen the rotation on velocity, but this is the area that we would see if a tornado is going to develop, that it's going to be right there. Again, this is a tornado warning. Position right now is not really Bamberg. It's now more going to be along the lines of straight west of Roseville. This is probably about give or take about 4 miles. So straight west as the crow flies from Roseville, 4 miles, and then about maybe 500 yards west of Cannon Bridge Road. This is going to be the area. It's going to update soon, so the position is very likely going to be more of this area right here when it updates. And let's just see if it's already updated. And yep, there it is. So this is going to be the area. So again, unfortunately, this is areas that we've seen way too many strong storms. So Felderville, 23, 21, Highland Park, Cordova, 301, 21. Everything between these two highways and everything south and then west of Roseville along Cannon Bridge Road, take your immediate tornado shelters right now. And this is the area that we're going to be watching very carefully. Do not really observe these winds because I very strongly doubt that these are verified winds, but we're looking at 73 and 9. Why am I looking at this? Why is that only 9 miles an hour? The one specific thing I'm looking at is the different colors, green and red. There's not a lot of green here, and that's telling me that we have a circulation, but it's not a very strong circulation. And when we look at the storm relative velocity, now we have definitely a circulation that is a little bit more pronounced. Wind speeds on this on the north end, 34, 47. So difference we are probably looking at in the tune of, in this area, the winds that are going to be the strongest, about 60 mile an hour winds. But again, this is a tornado warning, not a confirmed tornado. So I'm carefully watching what the National Weather Service is indicating, but nevertheless, this is where our warning is. And again, I'm going to draw from where this position is moving. Where's the warning? Here is the warning and the position where we have the circulation. So this is going to be a 10-minute track. It is 5:09 now. Cordova, Highland Park. You're talking about conservatively 3-4 minutes before you start feeling the wind impact. So you should be in your tornado shelter right now if you live anywhere from Cordova to Felder to Highland Park as it continues to move. Downstream from that, I don't want people to think that that's the only area I'm concentrating. This is the entire loop of where the warning is. So this warning, if I put the track on it, we are looking at extending this all the way at 30 miles an hour. So over the next half hour, Cordova, let's just say within the next minute or two, downtown Orangeburg, that's anywhere from 5 chops across to the Nices Highway and downtown Orangeburg along to 21. This entire downtown Orangeburg area, you should be taking your tornado shelters right now, as is expected to get there probably in about 10 minutes, and then just north of downtown Orangeburg, Brookdale at 526. So this is the trajectory which I believe it is taking, and if I put this on a loop and we look at exactly where it is right now, so 30-minute loop comes right over, so that's probably the best trajectory, a little bit more north to the northeast, so this is going to be where it's going to be moving. Again, I stress that if you live anywhere in downtown Orangeburg, in the entire city of Orangeburg area, go ahead and take your tornado shelters right now as this is continuing to moving to the north. Now, I will say that no doubt that looking at the storm relative velocity, and again, storm relative velocity accounts for not only the wind speeds of the actual winds around the circulation, but the forward motion as well. So this is going to be the area that, again, that we're going to be looking at. They still continue the tornado warning, and on velocity, when I look at the winds as best as possible towards the ground, this is going to be the area. Now, the National Weather Service, again, just indicated that they continue the tornado warning. This tornado warning center location was located near Orangeburg Airport. So let's us get rid of this for one moment and pull in. So here's the city of Orangeburg. Look, here's Orangeburg. Orangeburg Airport is right about, so there's Orangeburg Airport, I believe, and it's going to be near there. So when we put back the velocity of where this position is, it's a little bit further south, but maybe not have the airport where it is, but nevertheless, it's close enough. So from downtown Orangeburg, and I put a little bit of a track, it's only about 3 miles away. So again, this is the area. If you live in Cordova, if you live in Highland Park and or Felder, you should take your immediate tornado shelter. You should take immediate shelter of from this tornado warning. Put in direction. So here's Cordova. Here's Cordova Road, Highland Park, as you go up Cannon Bridge Road, and then from Felder, from the town of Felder, and then right around Wesley Grove Road. This would be where the center of the tornado is, Going to get an update in about another minute and a half. The position moving at 30 miles an hour. I would put it from here to right about here. So still from Cordova Road to Cannon Bridge Road, and then to the west side of Felder, you should be in your tornado shelter at this time, because this is where it's moving. Put it on a 15-minute track, and you can see it's possibly moving a little bit more to the northeast. That's why I want you folks in Felder to pay attention to this, because not only are you under the tornado warning, but this is the motion that it's moving at. Quickly looking around while we have already that in place and we've got that already under notice. So to begin with, this is what we have. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning in Fairfield County, which I will get to. And of course, on the back end of the tornado warning in Orangeburg, we still have a good chunk of western Orangeburg County under severe thunderstorm warning. There's new tornado warnings that are going up in areas from Greenwood to Lawrence County. Those are still far away to the west, but that's one thing we're going to be noticed, and I'll show you why. Other things that we have, we still continue a tornado watch. And so this is a tornado watch for at least another just under 2 hours until 7 o'clock for all of our counties in the Midlands along 77 and 26. So that includes Fairfield, Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, Lexington, Richland, Calhoun, and Orangeburg counties until 7 o'clock. There's a flash flood watch in the upstate. We're not under a flash flood watch through tomorrow morning, but it does cover the edges right along the county lines of Newberry and Saluda County. Regardless, we've already seen a lot of rainfall, but we are not under a flash flood watch. Here's your overall picture of what we have right now, and this is really a telltale sign of what's going on. We have a lot of showers and thunderstorms. Let me get rid of the warnings. We got a lot of showers and thunderstorms that have been moving through the Midlands. You notice this line that goes from this center of the upstate right through the heart of the Midlands, all the way down through the low country along I-95, all the way down to the coast. This is part of what used to be Fred and is now a subtropical or a post-tropical low. This is what we usually deal with when it comes to tropical storms that finally make its way inland. You notice all of the spin of all of these outer bands. We've got the outer bands we're dealing with right now. There's another line of outer bands that are moving in from the upstate all the way down into portions of the central Savannah River area. That's another line. But here's where Atlanta, and here is where that low is. And all that continues to spin. These outer bands are going to continue. So this is one line we'll be dealing with over the next several hours. And then after that, another line that could intensify. And as this line moves out in about 2 hours, the next line may be coming behind it in our western Midland communities. And this is the overall picture of what we have right now, that we have all of these showers and storms in pretty much the central, south central Midlands, and then up into Fairfield County. Now, regarding that severe thunderstorm up in Fairfield County, as we get up to that, and I will just shift this right over. Here's the, I'll show that in just a moment. Here is the severe thunderstorm warning that we currently have, and this is for Fairfield and Saluda counties, and I believe, nope, okay, that expired, so which is a good thing. So that severe thunderstorm warning for Fairfield and Newberry counties expired. What we do have, though, is we do have a flood advisory. This covers pretty much the western two-thirds of Fairfield County, upper Richland, north and central Lexington, and eastern half of Newberry County. We've already had a ridiculous amount of rainfall that's fallen through, and with these isolated showers and thunderstorms that are producing heavy rainfall in small amounts, that's why we continue this aerial flood advisory at least for another 13 minutes with the amount of rainfall that we've already gotten. And as far as any other storms that we have, we don't have any other storms that we're dealing with other than the tornadic one that we're still dealing with. And again, this is for Orangeburg County. So to go back to Orangeburg County, and keep in mind that I'm going to leave both of these up, both the severe thunderstorm warning as well as the tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning, as you can see, and I will put that up first. The severe thunderstorm warning for Orangeburg County basically covers everything in the central western portions of Orangeburg County through central Orangeburg County 21 all the way down to Branchville, all the way out to Cope, and then all the way across to north central Orangeburg County, right along the Calhoun County line, and seeing how much rainfall that's coming, or the intensification of the storms. Even though we're under a severe thunderstorm warning, all the activity right now is within the embedded area of the tornado warning. So that is the area that we're going to take a look at now and concentrate on the tornado warning. We have not gotten any additional wording on the tornado warning, but nevertheless, we still will continue the tornado warning for Orangeburg County for another 12 minutes. This covers all the areas from the Calhoun County line, from 21 all the way down to downtown Orangeburg, everything east of I-26, or rather 33 Russell Street, all the way up until you cross over into Calhoun County, into Cameron, and then all the way down to Five Chops, right at the split of Five Chops and intersection, crossing over I-26, and then down to Roseville on 21, and then of course into Cordova and 301. This is the area that we have got the tornado warning. And looking at velocity, these are still very strong winds, and I'm going to zoom in so we know exactly where it is. Let's see, 518. Let's update in about a minute and a half. So this is the area that we need to watch very carefully. So again, if you live in Cordova, in Highland Park, in Felder, this is the area we're talking about. Center circulation puts it somewhere around Riley and Cannon Bridge Road. So if you live anywhere from, let's say, a mile in each direction from Cannon Bridge Road, north of Highland Park, this is the area, and there it is, there's the update. So this entire area, so let's just put a blanket statement. 301, City of Edisto, Cordova, downtown Orangeburg, Jackson Road, 178, Charleston Highway, 21, 178, downtown Orangeburg to Five Chops Road, all the way down to Felder, including Highland Park and Cordova. This entire area, take your tornado shelter immediately right now. Center of circulation is updated, and that would put it right around here. And hopefully I'm going to find out a little more information. See how bright these colors have gotten? I believe these winds are intensifying even more because these colors are getting very bright. And looking at winds conservatively, 39, 35, good. Now that it opened, I believe the National Weather Service just switched it over to a radar product that I was hoping for. So is the area somewhere around here between Edisto and let's just say closer to Edisto than it is to Highland Park and Cordova. Right there, downtown Orangeburg. So downtown Orangeburg, 178 Jackson, along 301. This entire area, you need to be in your tornado shelter right now. So Edisto, downtown Orangeburg, the west side of downtown Orangeburg, 301, Five Chops all the way out until you get about 3-4 miles out of town. Orangeburg from Charleston Highway going down 21. Felder, even though you're a little bit further away, it is very windy. So still, you need to take your tornado shelter right now. Looking at the correlation coefficient, I don't see a lot of blue. I don't see any kind of organization would be indicative of an actual tornado. We haven't gotten any reports if we got a funnel cloud, but that doesn't matter at all since we're talking about still very strong winds in that area. And that's going to be, the position is going to be, like I said, right over downtown Edisto. So anywhere from the intersection of 301 and Cannon Bridge on the east side of Edisto, and then from Edisto going down 301 all the way to Frolic Meadows Lane. That entire area, you should be in your tornado shelter right now. Let's see. Yep, okay. National Weather Service is also expressing concern as I am. So again, I don't want to get too close where there's too much stuff on it where we see all the roads in Orangeburg. But the bottom line right now is from downtown Edisto, 301, all the way through the entire city of Orangeburg, all the way up, heading up Russell Street towards Brookdale. And then when you get from Highway 21 at the split of Charleston Highway on the north side of the city of Orangeburg, and then all the way down to 178 that connects to Five Chops. All of downtown Orangeburg, Brookdale, Russell Street, all the way across to Charleston Highway, northwest side of downtown Orangeburg, all the way down to 301 to Edisto. This entire area, you need to be under your tornado shelter at this time. This entire area is what I am watching very carefully. And the big thing is that this is where it's located. Motion is moving more towards the northeast. And one concern that I have is that there is so much rain involved in this storm right now that we're not going to be able to see if there's anything going on there, if we can actually see it visibly. But it is it's not very organized, but still, it's not organized in reflectivity, so I can't see where I would look for an inflow notch, but nevertheless on velocity, very strong winds associated with this, and this is what we're watching right now moving through the town of Edisto, and just on the cuff of the intersection of 301 and Cannon Bridge Road. Looking at storm relative velocity, there is no doubt that we have a circulation right over Edisto. This is the area right now of where it would be. Now, it could be anywhere within this 1 mile area. So if you live in this area, please do not go out and venture out in this. Earlier, we had scores of people who have sent us information of pictures and video when we had the tornado warnings up in Dreer State Park. Now, the reason why I say that is if you want to go out and take a look at pictures, don't. This is what we saw from, this is from Peggy Breland. This is looking towards the west side of Dreer State Park in Lake Murray. She was looking from her backyard, and from where she is looking, this is looking towards from the south shores of the western side of Lake Murray, looking towards the northwest. And you can see there's a lot of low clouds, and she's trying to find out on the camera where the actual tornado is. That's where the tornado is. This is not a water spout, folks, because if you notice on the bottom, in the center of the screen, there's the tornado. There is the actual shape of it, but where is it? It's on land. It's not in the lake. That is a tornado. Regardless of a tornado water spout, that's what we witnessed at 3:49 out in Newberry County. So this is one thing we're watching. The other thing is that we are also watching the other storms that are now moving and migrating into portions of Calhoun County. We're not in the woods yet in Calhoun County, but again, I want you to be very cautious. As I said, in St. Matthews, from 601 St. Matthews Road and everything to the east, all the way down to Ellery and Lone Star and Cameron, watch it very carefully because this is where we have the tornado warning for Orangeburg County alone. If you live anywhere along Charleston Highway, Neces Highway, from north to Neces to Norway, there's no storms. The lightning is at least 10 miles away. So if you live in this far western portions of Orangeburg County and you look outside and you can see these storms and you can actually see any funnel clouds or whatever the clouds are doing, definitely take a video and send it to us or send it to the National Weather Service. We'd really like to see visually what's going on because as a radar expert, I can just see what's on radar. The National Weather Service can't peek out the windows either. So we can only go by our experience of what's going on with the tornadic circulation, if there's a tornado or not. But right now, with a lot of the showers and storms, with a lot of the rain and the lightning, we can't see whether we have a tornado or not. But this is something, again, that we have been watching to make sure. Let's see, hold on one second. It's trying to wrap up under the cell, but a surface. Okay, southeast edge, good. So the National Weather Service talking about this particular storm. This is what we're watching. We already have the one circulation, but they were mentioning it just as I was showing it. So we are now practically in downtown Orangeburg. So if you're in downtown Orangeburg, you should already be in a safe shelter at this point. If you're waiting, and please, 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 folks, don't go outside to see what's going on. The weather's bad enough as it is right now. You don't need to see it. Now, this is what the National Weather Service is talking about, and this is what I was alluding to before. Here's the circulation, okay? Edisto, that storm started heading this way, so now it's crossed over, and now it's heading more towards Charleston Highway on the northwest side of Orangeburg, the city. Now we've got something else that we're watching. There's possibly another circulation that's developing in association with this. One tornado warning, 0 tornadoes confirmed, but we have 2 areas of concern that we're watching right now. Again, This may be two different areas. It's still the same city, folks. In Orangeburg City and in Brookdale, in the heart of Orangeburg County, you should not be outside because this is a storm that we're watching right now. So this a little appendage, and let me just pull this out a little bit more of what they're talking about as well. So what we are seeing is, here is the parent tornado warned storm, the center of the tornado warned storm. There is a little extension, probably about 2 miles to the southeast of the primary threat. And what it's doing, and we have seen this unfortunately too many times, is that when we have one that develops, a second one develops right out of it. This is not your typical springtime tornado storms that we've dealt with here in South Carolina. This is a tropical complex. And with tropical complexes, we get tornadoes that spin out literally at last minute notice because of the entire system that's rolling through. And with this center of it being way out in Atlanta, we're dealing with storms that are 250 miles away from the center of it. So what we're watching is that parent storm, and let me stop this for one moment so you see how this is turning into two. And that's the one thing that we're watching, that the one storm that we have looks like it's starting to get a little bit more organized to turn into two. So let me scale back here just a little bit more. So here's the initial storm as it was coming towards Edisto. That's one circulation. As it crosses over 301, that's when we notice, and we were talking about, I don't like these colors, because the colors are now telling me that there's a lot going on, and here's what's a lot going on afterwards. Now, after all that color got messed up, now it looks like we have 1, 2 possible rotations. This is the primary, this is the new one that's developing. No confirmation of tornado yet, but when we have a concern like that, what we look at is this actually two separate ones? Now again, why is the radar all of a sudden beaming up bright red? The wind velocities have accelerated to a point where it's maybe exceeding what the radar is interpreting. Now, a bright red is 75 mile an hour winds. That's very likely not the case. It's position from where the radar is in Columbia. And okay, so we've got a new information here, and this will be now the new tornado warning. Now, this is as part of the original tornado warning. So in essence, this is an extension of the tornado warning, but here it is. National Weather Service has now issued a tornado warning, and I told you folks in Calhoun, keep your ears open because this is what we're going to be watching. We now have a new tornado warning for both Orangeburg and Calhoun County. So extreme north central Orangeburg County, central half, or central third rather, of Calhoun County. This is in effect for another 45 minutes. National Weather Service has indicated that the severe thunderstorm, which is the original tornado warned storm, is right on top of Claflin College, moving towards Brookdale. And this is moving to it's moving generally to the north-northeast at about 25 miles an hour. So again, this is a new tornado. It's not a new tornado warning. It's an extension of the original Orangeburg tornado warning, but now the new tornado warning now covers Calhoun. So Calhoun, Orangeburg, 6:15, from now until 6:15, moving to the north, I'll say north-northeast at about 25 miles an hour. At its continual track, it is over Brookdale. It's over Claflin College right now. So from Claflin College, heading to Stilton, 536. Jameson, just before crossing over to Calhoun County, 544. Riley on 601 in Calhoun County. That's at 551. Downtown St. Matthews, right at the split of 26, to the north of 26 along 601 and St. Matthews Road, 558. Keep on heading towards Singleton, possibly 606. So here's what I'm telling you right now. This area where we have the tornado warning, if you live from Lone Star all the way up to the intersection of Lake Congaree, the Wateree and Congaree River in Lower Richland County, all of the areas of Calhoun County along and south of the Congaree River, all the way out to, let's just say at this point, the Caw Highway. From Caw Highway to 21, and then points all the way down past 26 as you cross over 178 of Calhoun County. take your tornado shelters right now. This is the time frame we're looking at. The primary storm that we've been watching that was under the tornado warning is still in Orangeburg, and that's where we're going to go right now, down to Orangeburg County, just along in the areas of Orangeburg, the city, and into Brookdale. This is the area that we're watching right now. Again, the last information that we got is that this was over Claflin College. I will say this very strongly, folks. We do not have a tornado confirmed. We don't have enough funnel cloud. It is a tornado warning because this storm cell that is over 601, well, it's pretty much over 601, maybe between Russell Street, Wilson Road and 601. That's where it is on the north side of the city of Orangeburg in Brookdale by Claflin College. This is where the center of circulation is. It is not confirmed that we have a tornado, and we do not have any information if there's any damage yet. But this will continue at least for 45 minutes. For Orangeburg County, this is probably going to last, let's see, this is 25 miles an hour. So this is going to continue at least for our folks in Orangeburg County. The storm cell is going to last for at least another 15 to 20 minutes in this entire red shaded box area for Orangeburg County. Calhoun, I'll get to you in a minute, but this is the area we're watching. Specifically, the areas that we need to watch for this circulation is going to be right here. This is going to be, here's Stilton, here's 21, so Wilson, 601, I-26, Russell Street. This entire area from Wilson to Russell and then crossing over I-26 to 601 and Jamison. This is the entire area that you need to be in your shelter right now. Even though the signature and velocity doesn't show that it's west of 21, you still need to take your tornado precautions if you're not already in your tornado shelter. That also goes the same with everybody from Russell Street into Brookdale, by Claflin College, all the way out to I-26. Even though this is where it is, we could still have damaging winds in this area. We're looking at storm relative velocity. So this is the area that we're looking at. 1, possibly 2, but nevertheless, right over Stilton. And this is where we have the tornado warning that still continues. Again, this is the only tornado warning that we have. I want to make sure that also people in central portions of the Midlands, well outside the Columbia metropolitan area, are aware that we've got a flood area advisory. This covers pretty much from Blythewood, Dentsville, Pontiac, extreme western portions of McCord's Ferry, all the way up to Elgin and the JD Highway, straight down McCord's Ferry to the Sumter Highway, including all the way down to Eastover and all of lower and central Richland counties, and then upper Richland County all the way down to St. Andrews from Blythewood and Westwood High School, downtown Columbia, and to the areas around Springdale, West Columbia, Casey, South Congaree, over by the bus barn, Gaston, 321 all the way down to Swansea, and then I-26 and 21 in Calhoun County, pretty much from Caw all the way up until you get into the split of Avenue K and the I-26 Charleston Highway split. This is under an aerial flood advisory. The amount of rainfall that we have gotten in this area is not that big so far. We're only talking about isolated areas that have maybe gotten over an inch of rain. But the amount of rainfall that is coming down, that is a concern, because look at the heavy rainfall that's moving through from Calhoun into portions of central Richland County. And if you live here close to the station, you can hear that it is pouring rain right now. Rainfall rates in these areas from Lexington County into lower Richland, under 1.5, over 1.5, 2 3/4 inch rainfall rate. This is the entire area. And I will tell you folks, for those of you who know downtown Columbia only too well, here is where all that heavy rainfall is going through right now. This is going to be pretty much Leesburg Road all the way past Leesburg and Holbrook. From Leesburg, Holbrook, Sumter Highway, 378, 76 to I-77 all the way up to, let's just say, Percival Road, Forest Acres, Forest Drive, all the way across to Eau Claire, downtown Columbia, Olympia, West Columbia, Casey, then all the way down 26 to the Charleston Highway and Dixiana across the Bluff Estates. Don't be surprised if we get a flash flood warning in this area with the amount of rainfall that it's showing right now per hour and the amount of rain that's coming down in these areas. Torrential rainfall. So the areas that we usually end up getting flooding, and mind you, this is moving to the northeast at maybe about, I think 20, 25 miles. About to say at least 25 miles an hour. So it may be moving fast, but look at all the rainfall that's coming down right now. Again, it's only a flood area of a flood advisory at this point, but even with that flood advisory for these areas that have already gotten a lot of rainfall, we're looking at a lot more rainfall. So all of this still needs to move into areas would flood very easily. So if you live anywhere in the Columbia metropolitan area, from Blythewood to Columbia, all the way down to Swansea, all the way out to Casey, West Columbia Airport, and then all the way east to pretty much Leesburg Road at the split of let's just say Hallsbrook, from Leesburg all the way down to Sumter Highway. If you are in a typical flood-prone area, this is what you're going to be dealing with, and this is not going to go away anytime soon. Expect the rain that's over you now not to end its intensity for at least another 30 to 40 minutes as this continues to move through. That's our flood advisory. We go back to our tornado warning, and again, this is a tornado warning that still continues. We have not gotten confirmation if we have a tornado, but regardless, we still have a very strong tornadic storm that's moving through. Let me just clear this up a little bit more. So here is the warning. This is going to be, again, for Orangeburg and Calhoun County for another 6:15 for another 25 minutes, 40 minutes, and this is the area that we are watching. Now, let me get rid of all of this lightning and show you exactly where the storm is. This still covers portions of Orangeburg County because the center of circulation is right there. That's why we still have the tornado warning for Calhoun County. Let me zoom in, and this is where the center is going to be. And the last report we had, which was roughly about 10 minutes ago, was it was in the vicinity of Claflin College over in Brookdale. Now the position, as I told you folks in Jameson, this is where it is going to be. So center circulation approaching I-26. Locations of this is going to be obviously from Jameson. We're talking about from Jameson going all the way across Water Spring Road, then along I-26, 601, Wilson Road, and then to Stilton. So this is the area. If you live anywhere from 21 along Water Springs Road, both sides, 601 to I-26, and then in the area from Stilton all the way across to Wilson Boulevard, this is where the very likely that the tornadic storm is right now. So you definitely want to be inside and not venture out to find out where this storm is. Storm relative velocity, it's not as organized, but still, this is a storm that many of these storms have had a history that show absolutely nothing 1 minute and then show something distinct another. Here's one of the things that I noticed on my other radar that we didn't show on air that I'm showing now. See a lot of speckled blues? Not really concerned yet that this is actually a debris signature. There's just way too many spread out colors. So even though I'm seeing a lot of blue, this is the area though that I am watching in great earnest, right around Jameson all the way up to I-26, where I'm watching to see if we have any circulation. The velocity shows the same thing. Here's the circulation on velocity. On storm relative velocity, shows the same location. And then when it comes to correlation coefficient, if there's debris being lofted, same area. So next scan is really going to be indicative of what's going on with this storm. If you think that, well, let's see, we have a little bit of clearing, and this is why we tell you, when thunder roars, go indoors. And the reason we say that is that look at all the lightning that's associated with this storm just in Orangeburg County alone. There's no more rain right now along 178. So from Wolfton all the way down to Great Branch, and then areas just along 301, there's no more rain. There's a ton of lightning though. So even though you don't see any more rain, you don't hear any more rain, you hear the thunder, don't go outside, because this lightning, yeah, we always tell people that if you're far enough away and you can hear it, that's too close. And you can get electrocuted from lightning as far out as 10 miles. There's 10 miles. There's Wolfton, Great Branch. Go the other direction. It may be sprinkling right now in Cameron, but those storms are 5 miles away. If you can hear the thunder, don't bother going outside. This is the reason why a lot of people get struck by lightning, because they see no rain, they hear no thunder, they see no lightning, and they're within 10 to 12 miles from where the lightning strikes are. You can get electrocuted from lightning strikes as far away. But again, the primary issue that we're dealing with right now is the tornado warning that we have for Orangeburg and for Clarendon County, Calhoun County. It goes until 6:15, so we got 30 minutes left on this new and updated tornado warning that originated in central Orangeburg County. This is where the center circulation is going to be. It's just on the cuff of crossing over the county line. This is where it is. So you should already be in your tornado shelters in St. Matthews, anywhere on 601 going all the way up to the Congaree River, and everything east of that from 267 to Lone Star. And then even though here's the storm and here's Cameron, if you live anywhere west of Cameron going up 126 towards St. Matthews Road, you should also be in your tornado shelter. Onto the west side of that, anywhere from I-26 going all the way up to the Calco Highway, you also should be in your tornado shelter, because this storm, although it's had a history of moving generally to the north, to the northeast, that this could turn very easily, and that's what we are watching. So this is where the storm is right now. So this entire area, we need to watch very carefully as the storms move through. Now we continue the tornado warning, but we do not have any confirmation of a tornado. Let me show you what we've been going through thus far. Here are all the reports that we have thus far of the storm for today. And this is why it's very important to understand that we are nowhere near as out of the woods. We've had one heavy flooding rainfall in Batesburg-Leesville. We have not gotten a confirmation, but at least a report of a tornado in downtown Edgefield. Another one, a report of a possible tornado, and it's a total of 3 of them in the areas of around west side of Lake Murray. That's all we've had so far, and we are not out of the woods yet, because still, these are all the storms that we're dealing with at this time. And all of these storms that continue to move in the central portions of the Midlands continue to lift to the northeast. But that's the primary one of the tornado warning. Now, let's just cover everything all in one base so we have a clear idea of what we're looking at. To begin with, we still have, oops, let me get rid of that. I got the wrong one. We still have the tornado warning. The one severe folks, you remember we had the severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible in Fairfield County? It's now a tornado warning in portions of York and Chester County. Tornado warning still in effect in the upstate. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. We've got the one tornado warning in Orangeburg and Calhoun County. We still continue this tornado watch. And for those of you who just are hearing about this now, the tornado watch covers Fairfield, Saluda, Lexington, well, let me go in order. Fairfield, Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, Lexington, Richland, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County until 7 o'clock. Notice Kershaw, Lee, Sumter, Clarendon, you are not under the tornado watch right now. And the reason why you're not under the tornado watch, we haven't gotten anything to you yet, but we've got this cluster of storms that are heading your way. So even though you're not under a tornado watch in the eastern Midlands, even though you haven't had as much significantly impact weather in your area, be aware that we still have this cluster that's moving through, and we still have tornado watches next door neighbors to you. We continue the flash flood watch. Does not include any portions of the Midlands, but irrelevant. We've already had a ton of rainfall. And then of course, we've got the tornado warning that we continue to monitor. We still have that aerial flood advisory with all that heavy rainfall that we have that's going to be covering pretty much just about all of Richland County, northern end of Calhoun, the far eastern portions of Lexington, and then far southwestern portions, extreme southwestern portions of Kershaw County. That goes until 8:30. And then, of course, we have the tornado warning. Now, taking a look at the position of where it is right now, and we still have got no confirmation. Now, here's, depending on how I look at it, is either a good or a bad thing. One, it's not very organized, but now I'm seeing, like we saw earlier down in Lexington County, now I'm starting to see maybe the possibility of two little rotations, one here and one here. Radar's updated, so let's see if I can see the same thing on storm relative. So here's one, possibly here's two. National Weather Service continues the tornado warning, and let me just update that. It was located near St. Matthews. So Orangeburg, you are now out of the tornado warning. Tornado warning now only covers Calhoun County. Again, let me repeat. The only tornado warning we have in the Midlands is now for Calhoun County. This goes until 6:15. So we're going for about another 27 minutes. This is going to be the area. Let me just put a blanket statement on it. If you live anywhere in the central and northwestern portions of Calhoun County, you should be either taking your tornado precautions if you live along the Congaree River, or if you live further upstream, you should be in your tornado shelter right now. Now, one thing that I haven't discussed yet, and I need to talk about it now. A lot of you kids, remember, before we had all this COVID, used to come to the schools and tell you kids, especially you young kids, and you remember the one kids up in Lee County, in Sumter, Kershaw, Lexington, Clarendon County. I can't remember what high school I went down to there, but in Manning. All of you kids, you remember the two biggest words I said when we talked about tornado warnings. Say it with me right now, come on. Stay calm. It's crazy out there. Yeah, there's a lot of noise out there, but let's just stay calm. Now, where do we go? Okay, if you live in a house, where's the safest place in a house? In the centermost portion of your house, downstairs, if you have a two-story. But the centermost portion, so look at your house, look where everything is. If the bathroom or the pantry or the closet is in the centermost portion of your home, that's where you should be in right now. What if you live in a mobile home? Well, at this point, if you are in a mobile home, it's not safe at all to leave. So the best thing to do is stay in the center portion of your home. If you have a next door neighbor that is literally close enough, like a minute in walking distance or running distance in a site-built home, I would strongly suggest to go over there right now. You do not want to be outside. And the whole reason why we tell you to stay in the middle of your home is that you want to have as many walls around you as you can. So this way, if there's any stuff that's flying in the air and hits the outside of the house, it is the outside. You're in the middle. That's where we want to stay safe. Okay, here's the drill, kids. What are we putting on? Tennis shoes. Don't put on your flip-flops, no Crocs. Tennis shoes, gloves, helmet. Yeah, you're going to look dorky. Football helmet, softball helmet, baseball helmet. I don't care what kind of helmet. Bike helmet. Put that on. So you got something to protect your feet, something to protect your hands, and something to protect your noggin. Go ahead and get that now and get your protection on you as the storm moves through. Now, the latest position of this storm is going to be putting it right over St. Matthews. And again, this is the area of concern that we have been watching. This is the area where the National Weather Service and our radars have been watching. So here's St. Matthews, 601, Riley, Singleton, 176. This is the area that we are watching right now. On velocity, there's a lot of wind, but there's not a lot of circulation. On storm relative velocity, possibly a little bit of a circulation. And again, we're talking about red and green colors. So green, heading towards the radar. The radar is in Columbia at the airport. So green towards the radar, red away from the radar. Not a lot of circulation, but nevertheless, we've got enough colors indicative of that there's very likely a circulation going on there. That is what's continued the tornado warning. Any debris? Not really. Even though the position of the center of circulation is right around here, St. Matthew is right around the spit of 176. So could we have a tornado? That's a possibility, but on radar, we're not seeing as much of a circulation, but nevertheless, there is that point of where it could be. So again, here's the tornado warning, and let me just fix this so we can all see it. Here's the tornado warning, and this goes until 6:15. Position right now is basically right on top of or on the west side of St. Matthews. It is moving at 25 miles an hour. So this position, if we extend this, we're looking at getting a toteness at around 6:04. So this is the area that we're looking at. So from St. Matthews going all the way up to the Congaree River, this is the likely direction that it's going. Even though that is the case, so I'm not anywhere near that. I live more towards Lone Star. Okay, it's understandable, but look at the winds. And this is why we say, within the cone, within the area of warning, this is what the kind of winds that you may be dealing with. And that's why we tell you, if you're in the tornado warned area, you do not want to be venturing outside. So, estimated winds around the circulation right now. Now, this is just the winds in general. 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. North of the circulation, 25 to 35 mile an hour winds. Well, northwest of the circulation, 30 mile an hour winds. Northeast of the circulation, now, from St. Matthews to around Lone Star, as the crow flies northeast, 11 miles, 10 miles, but still you're talking about 30 mile an hour winds, possibly 40 mile an hour wind gusts. So you do not want to be outside going through this. And again, this is where the circulation is. Take a looking at its direction of where it's moving, just putting it on a 15-minute track. So it is generally moving to the north, almost northeast. So from St. Matthews, this entire area all the way up to the Congaree River, this is the likely direction that it's going to be taken. But again, this is a tornado warning. This is not a confirmed tornado. This is a tornado warning, simply stating that this is a severe thunderstorm located now over St. Matthew that has the potential of producing a tornado. Tornado warned polygon areas cover a good chunk of the central and northwestern portions of Calhoun County, even though the direction of this storm from St. Matthews may be moving more so in that direction. That may be like, well, I don't live anywhere between St. Matthews and Totnes. It doesn't matter. This is the warned area. You should take your tornado precautions right now. And especially if you live along 601 from St. Matthews all the way up to the river, you should be in a tornado shelter right now as this continues to move. Now we're going to quickly look at all of our other communities because we want to make sure that we are not forgetting anybody else. And here are all the current storms right now. You see more tornado warnings in areas of Lawrence County, the upstate, heading towards Greenville, more storms that are further south. We've got the aerial flood advisory in the central portions of the central Midlands, and of course the tornado warning. Let's see. We got another confirmed report. And let me say this real quick. For those of you who live in the Lake Murray, Upper Richland, Northern Lexington, Southeastern Newberry counties, thank you very much for sending your pictures and your videos here to WLCX News 19 because you've done three very important things. First and foremost, you're telling us that there's a confirmed tornado out there. We don't have eyes out there. I only have eyes here in the station for the radar. Two, you are giving us information so we can spread the information to other people downstream from where that tornado was so we can warn people as it's going through. Three, that information goes directly to the National Weather Service so they can confirm what is going on as much as I am so they can put out the proper warning products. So thank you very much. If you see anything that's going on right now, and most importantly, you are in a safe distance from any of these severe storms, by all means, please take pictures, take videos, send it here to News 19 through Facebook, through Twitter, through Insta, or email us and let us see what you're seeing so we can at least verify what's going on and more importantly, see where everything is moving because this is what we have right now. This is the overall picture of what's going on. And when I get rid of all of the warnings, again, this is what we talked about for the last 2 or 3 hours. I'm going to put this on a 1-hour loop. And this is exactly what we're looking at. The position of what used to be famously called Fred is now moving through Athens, Georgia. Positioned right now pretty much along 85, just west of where 185 ends in northeast Georgia. All of these showers and storms, That's the second line. This is the first line that we're dealing with. And look where it extends. From the upstate, through the Midlands, down the low country, and all the way down to north of Jacksonville, Florida. Second line. Here's the second line that's moving through. This line is erupting storms in western North Carolina, extends to the upstate. It is now just west of us. That's where we have the tornado warnings in Lawrence and Greenwood County, all the way down to Richmond County, Georgia. And all of that is continuing to move north-northeast, but also everything is shifting east. Why is that important? We may be done with this in another 2 hours, an hour or two. This is now going to be affecting us in the next hour. So we may have a pause, but we're going to have another one go through. So that's what we've got right now. And again, at 5:57, I cannot stress anymore that this is going to be a night that we need to stay aware, because these are not the type of tornadoes we deal with in spring. These tropical storms. Quick trivia, Florida, the most tornadoes annually. Why? No, it's not Texas, not Oklahoma. Tornadoes from tropical storms, hurricanes, tropical cyclones. That's what we're dealing with right now. We're not in Florida, but we're dealing with far more activity than we normally deal with when it comes to severe weather for this time of the year in August in South Carolina. Again, the tornado watch continues for just about all of us here in the Midlands along 77 and I-26. This includes Fairfield, Newberry, Saluda, Aiken, Lexington, Richland, Calhoun, and Orangeburg County until 7 o'clock this evening. So we've got one more hour. With those storms moving through Calhoun County now, even though they look like they may not survive getting over the Wateree River, it's yet to be determined if in the next hour we're actually going to see a tornado watch extended for the eastern Midlands. Not sure yet, probably so, but we still have to see. The flash flood watch does not concern us at this time because it does not involve anywhere in the Midlands. It goes to tomorrow morning just for the upstate. What we do have, though, is still the ongoing aerial flood advisory with the amount of heavy rainfall that we got right smack dab in the middle of the central Midlands. And of course, we've got the tornado warning that continues. Now, the National Weather Service, the Storm Prediction Center just put out some information on here that I want to read real quick, that the tornado watch that we have may be extended into North Carolina, so we already have our own. They have not indicated whether it's going to be extended into the eastern portion of the Midlands, but right now that's irrelevant. This is the storm we're talking about. Goes on for another 15 minutes. The time right now is 6 o'clock, just about to turn 6 o'clock. This goes on for another 15 minutes. Center of circulation still puts it right smack in the middle and heading towards what we said, heading towards Totnes. Now, it looks like, though, it has shifted. So for those of you who've been watching me now, is it just my eyes, or it's starting to shift a little bit more north? Now, we've been watching it as in moving a little more north-northeast. Well, it looks like it may be moving a little bit more north. If that's the case, then we're still talking about the same areas of Calhoun County. So this position of where it is right now, where we have the Warren storm, that's where it is right now. If I get just a little bit closer. So if that's the center of circulation, and that's where the National Weather Service has put it, so we're talking in the areas pretty much from 176 all the way to Old Belleville, then crossing over from Old Belleville down across Calhoun Road, and then all the way up, of course, to Totnes. So anywhere from 176 to Belleville Road, all the way into town, down Old Bellevue Road, and then all points back to the west. This entire area you should be under your tornado shelter at this time, as this will be the continuation of the tornado warning for at least another 13 minutes as it moves through central Calhoun County. Looking on the storm relative velocity. So there's the circulation. It is, again, turned into junk. It's not very organized, but nevertheless, we've seen it before where this junky signature turns into a very pronounced signature. So still continues that tornado warning. As far as, do we see any debris? Not really. Yeah, there's a little bit of blue surrounded by red, but I'm not indicating that that is actually debris. There might be, but it's not indicative right now. That indicates to me that it really is. But nevertheless, with this tornado warning that still continues, that is going to be the one thing. And as far as on radar, as far as reflectivity, so I can see, okay, well, yeah, maybe there is a hook. Yeah, if you want to call it a hook, not really. There's no pronounced hook that shows that there is an actual tornado, but that's the area that we're going to be watching. So that's where the position is right now, just to east of 176, heading towards Totnes, and that's where the circulation is going to be. It is moving a little bit more north, so instead of heading towards town, it may be skirting a little bit further west of town. From where it is right now, this is probably about 1.5 miles, 2 miles away. If it does continue a little bit more north, then at closest it may be about 1 mile west of the Four Corners. But nevertheless, it's still close enough. And that's where we have the continuation of the tornado warning. And again, the only tornado warning is this one right now for Calhoun County. The good thing is that I'll just say this now. This is, even though this is a tornado warning, I will say that one noticeable thing, the size of the storm cell, the amount of lightning, and the intensity is nowhere near where it was when this was first a tornado warning when it's in Orangeburg County. And I'm just going to extend that out and show you exactly what I'm talking about. So there's the original tornado warning that we had when it was down in Orangeburg County. And that's the tornado warning we have right now. Notice how large and broad scale the storm was when it came out of Roseville, when it became a tornado warning in the city of Orangeburg. As it continues to move to the north-northeast, it is falling apart rapidly, which is a great thing because that means that the intensification not only is going down, but the severity of this tornado-warned storm is definitely losing its punch. But again, we will still continue the tornado warning. And the wind velocity over there, that is the one thing that we're going to be looking at. But the good news is that it does look like it is starting to fall apart. But regardless of it falling apart, the key thing is that this has been, nevertheless, a very, very busy afternoon with all these storms. I'm going to take off the warning for just a moment and show you an idea of what we've been dealing with for the last several hours. And as this goes through, production, if you want to go ahead and show this on a split box, I want you folks to see this is what's been going on over the last 3 hours. And if you recall, we had the tornado warning in portions of Lexington and Newberry counties, in particular, and Lake Murray. At that time, we reported that the National Weather Service indicated a tornado confirmed over Dreher Island State Park, and at that time we got scores of video and information from our viewers. This is from Eddie Martin. He was looking at what was looking at to be possibly a circulation. Boom. Now look, it is in water, but you guys know in that area of Dreher Island State Park, you got island water, island water. This may have been spinning around in the water, but as it started to move closer, this is where it turned into a tornado. This is where the National Weather Service confirmed that around 3:49 we had a tornado. This is Eddie Martin looking towards Lake Murray from where he is in his backyard. He's looking towards the west-southwest. So what you're looking at is over Dreher Island State Park in far western portions of Lake Murray. This was one video, and as you can see, you don't see really a big funnel. You see a lot of stuff that's spinning around in the water. You see it lifting up and then boom. See that little skinny line right in the middle? This is the developing tornado. And as it continues to develop, it lifted up high enough that this developed into the confirmed tornado. Notice how low the clouds are. That's what we call a funnel cloud until we start seeing interaction with the ground, in this case, the lake. But there's no doubt that this was a tornado. This was one of several that we got. And we want to thank all of the viewers who sent us those pictures and those videos, because this is what we've been dealing with over the last 3 hours. We had that one storm cell that moved through. Then we had the tornado warning, in which we had at least a confirmed, the possibility, I'm still waiting for a confirmed tornado in the area, pretty much east of Peak, but somewhere between Peak and Jenkinsville, near the VC nuclear power plant station. So those were the storms that moved through, and that was a little bit after 4:05. That is what we've been dealing with. Now, here's the best part, and I am glad to say, and producers, just let you know that we're in the middle of a wrap-up right now. So the tornado warning that we have that is scheduled to expire at 6:15 for Calhoun County, even though it's still there, the National Weather Service is allowing that to expire. So we no longer have any tornado warnings in the Midlands at this time. Tornado warnings are done. We continue with the tornado watch for the Midlands. And again, this is going to cover Fairfield, Newberry, Lexington, Richland, Aiken, Calhoun, Orangeburg counties until 7 o'clock. We still continue with the flash flood watch in the upstate. We're not under it, but we still do have that aerial flood advisory because of the amount of rainfall that we've received through this monsoon amount of rain. And this goes until 8:30 tonight. All the storms we continue to track. The best part about all the storms that are going through right now is that we do not have any severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings anywhere in the Midlands. The activity is still in the upstate as all of the storms right now, let me get this, as all of the storms start to decay in the Midlands, what we're going to be watching is these lines of new storms. So western portions of Newberry and Saluda County, we're going to be watching these storms as they move through, and as they do, all of this new line, this second line, is going to be gravitating more towards the east within the next hour. That's what we're going to be watching. But at this time right now, JR and Darcy, the good news is that we may still have storms, but we don't have any more tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings in our Midland communities.
All right, Efren, thank you so very much. What we're going to do is take a quick break. We'll be back with more news in just a moment. All right, thanks for being with us here for News 19 at 6. Weather, of course, has been topping our news. This is video coming to us now. Lake Murray. Eddie Martin sending this in from Dreer Island a short time ago. As you can see, there appears to be some sort of activity over the lake there. Storm video also at Lake Village, a possible funnel cloud sighted there. And we want to thank the video Alex George for sending this video in to our studios. We are following the weather as it unfolds right now. Our weather team is on Twitter doing so. It's easy to download the WLTX weather app as well for all the latest updates on weather affecting your neighborhood. and become a member of the WLTX Weather Watchers page on Facebook. You can just search Ask to Join and share your pictures. You might see some of your photos or your videos on News 19. The state Supreme Court ruling today USC can implement a mask mandate on campus. In the ruling, the court said nothing in the budget proviso clearly states the General Assembly's intent to ban all mask mandates at public institutions of higher learning. The High Court said the proviso does not ban public colleges and universities from putting a universal mask